There's a part of you that's always awake, not literally awake. You sleep. Of course you sleep, though maybe not as well as you'd like. Maybe not as deeply as you need. But there's a part of you that never fully lets go, never fully relaxes, never fully trusts that it's safe to stop watching, stop monitoring, stop staying alert for whatever might go wrong. You don't remember when this started. You don't remember the exact moment you learned that the world requires constant vigilance, that safety is temporary, that letting your guard down is dangerous. Maybe you were very young. Maybe something happened that taught you that the adults weren't always watching, weren't always protecting, weren't always there. Maybe nothing dramatic happened at all, just 1,000 small moments that added up to the understanding that you had to be your own guardian, your own protector, your own early warning system. And so you became vigilant. You learned to scan rooms when you entered them, to read faces for signs of mood shifts, to monitor conversations for undertones, for what wasn't being said, for the emotional weather that everyone else seemed to ignore, but that you could feel changing, darkening, about to storm. You learned to be ready, always ready for criticism, for rejection, for disappointment, for the moment when someone would turn on you, leave you, hurt you. Not because you were paranoid, but because you'd learned that being prepared was safer than being surprised. And it worked. Sort of, you avoided some pain by seeing it coming. You protected yourself by staying guarded. You survived by never fully relaxing into trust, into connection, into the vulnerable openness that other people seemed capable of, but that felt, to you, impossibly dangerous. But it cost you something. This constant vigilance, this perpetual alertness, this inability to ever fully rest. It cost you peace. It cost you presence. It cost you the ability to be in a moment without simultaneously monitoring it, analyzing it, preparing for how it might go wrong. It cost you the capacity to receive love without suspicion, to accept kindness without waiting for the other shoe to drop, to be in relationship without a part of you always watching the exits, planning your escape route, protecting yourself from the hurt you're certain is inevitable. And the exhausting thing, the truly exhausting thing, is that you don't know how to stop. You don't know how to tell that vigilant part of you that it's okay now, that you're safe now, that you regrow now and capable of handling whatever comes without needing to be constantly prepared for disaster. Because that part of you doesn't believe it's safe. That part of you remembers, not specific memories, maybe, but cellular memories. Body memories, the kind of knowing that lives deeper than thought, deeper than reason, deeper than any rational argument you could make about how you're fine now, how you're safe now, how you can finally rest. That part of you is still standing guard, still watching, still waiting for the danger it knows is coming. Because danger always comes, eventually, and the only way to survive it is to see it before it sees you. And you can't blame that part. You can't be angry at it for not resting, because it's trying to protect you. It's been trying to protect you all along. It learned, once upon a time, that vigilance equals survival, and it's never unlearned that lesson. It's never been given permission to stand down, because no one ever told you it was safe to rest. No one ever said, you can stop watching now. You can stop monitoring. You can stop being ready for disaster. You can just be here, present, undefended, open, and even if someone had said it, would you have believed them? Would that vigilant part of you have trusted them enough to actually let go? Probably not, because that part of you has learned not to trust reassurances. Has learned that people say everything's fine right before everything falls apart. Has learned that the moment you relax is the moment you become vulnerable. And vulnerability in your experience has never been safe. So you stay vigilant, you stay alert, you stay ready. Day after day, year after year, until vigilance isn't something you do, but something you are. Until you can't remember what it felt like to not be constantly monitoring, constantly assessing, constantly prepared, and you wonder why you're so tired. You wonder why rest doesn't restore you. You wonder why you can sleep for 8 hours and still wake up exhausted, as if you've been working all night. And you have been working. That vigilant part of you never stops working, never clocks out, never takes a break. It's there when you're sleeping, scanning your dreams for threats. It's there when you're relaxing, making sure relaxation doesn't go too deep. It's there when you're happy, waiting for the happiness to end, preparing you for the inevitable crash. It never rests. It has never rested, and maybe in some deep place you don't like to acknowledge, you're not sure it ever will. Because resting feels like giving up, like letting go of the one thing that's kept you safe all these years. Like surrendering the vigilance that you've come to believe is the only thing standing between you and disaster. But what if that's not true? What if the vigilance isn't protecting you anymore? What if it's just exhausting you? What if the danger you're watching for isn't coming? Or if it is coming, you'll be able to handle it without having spent decades in constant preparation? What if you could rest? What if that vigilant part of you could finally stand down? Not forever. Not completely. But enough. Enough to breathe. Enough to be present. Enough to experience moments without simultaneously preparing for their ending. What would that feel like? To be here without being ready. To be present without being protected. To let your guard down just a little, just for a moment, just to see what happens when you're not constantly watching for what might go wrong. You don't know, you've never tried. Or you've tried and it felt so uncomfortable, so vulnerable, so terrifyingly open that you immediately snapped back into vigilance, back into safety, back into the exhausting but familiar state of constant alertness. But maybe that's okay. Maybe you don't have to figure it out all at once. Maybe you don't have to go from constant vigilance to complete rest in one impossible leap. Maybe you can just notice it. Notice that vigilant part. Notice how it never stops. Notice how tired it is. Notice how much it's been carrying, how long it's been standing guard, how desperately it needs someone to tell it. Thank you. Thank you for protecting me. Thank you for keeping me safe. Thank you for doing a job you never asked for and never knew how to stop doing. Thank you, and now, if you're willing, if you're ready, if it feels even remotely possible, you can rest. Not because the danger is gone, not because the world is suddenly safe, not because you've finally earned the right to let your guard down, but because you're tired. Because vigilance has a cost. Because you can't spend your whole life preparing for disaster and still have energy left for living. You can rest. You're allowed to rest. Even if that vigilant part of you doesn't believe it yet. Even if it feels dangerous. Even if it goes against everything you've learned about what it takes to survive, you can rest. And maybe slowly, gradually, that part of you that never got to rest can finally begin to believe it. You lie down and your body knows what to do. It knows how to slow down, how to soften, how to begin the drift into unconsciousness. Your body is ready for sleep. Your body needs sleep. Your body is practically begging for it. But your mind won't let you go. Not because you're not tired. You're exhausted. Bone tired, the kind of tired that makes your whole body ache. That makes your eyes burn. That makes simple tasks feel monumental. But tired isn't enough. Because sleep requires surrender. Sleep requires letting go. Sleep requires trusting that you can stop monitoring, stop controlling, stop managing your own consciousness, and that you'll be okay. And you're not sure you'll be okay. What if something happens while you're sleeping? What if you miss something important? What if someone needs you and you're not awake to respond? What if your own mind, left unsupervised, goes somewhere you can't control? These aren't rational fears. You know they're not rational, but they're there anyway, keeping you alert, keeping you on the edge of wakefulness, keeping you from fully surrendering to the rest you so desperately need. Because sleep feels like loss of control, and loss of control feels like danger. And danger is what that vigilant part of you has been watching for all along. So you lie there, in the dark, in the quiet, in the space where sleep should come naturally but doesn't. And you think about all the things you need to think about, all the things you need to plan for, all the things that could go wrong tomorrow, next week, next year. You think about conversations you need to have, problems you need to solve, decisions you need to make. You replay moments from today, analyzing what you said, what you should have said, what you'll say next time. You think about your body. Is that sensation normal? Should you be worried about it? Should you make a doctor's appointment? Is it getting worse? You monitor your heartbeat, your breathing, every small discomfort that in daylight you'd ignore but in darkness becomes potentially significant. You think about the people you love. Are they okay? Are they safe? Did you say something that hurt them? Did they say something that meant more than you understood in the moment? You replay interactions, searching for hidden meanings, for signs of problems developing, for evidence that something's wrong that you need to fix. And underneath all of this thinking, all this monitoring, all this preparing, there's fear. Simple fear. The fear of what happens when you're not watching. When you're not in control, when you surrender to unconsciousness and anything could happen. What if you have nightmares? What if you wake up feeling worse than when you lay down? What if you sleep but don't rest, and morning comes and you're still exhausted, still unprepared, still not ready for whatever the day will demand? What if sleep isn't safe? What if it never has been? Maybe you learned this early. Maybe there were nights when you weren't safe sleeping. Nights when loud voices downstairs meant you had to stay alert, had to be ready to intervene or hide or comfort someone. Nights when your sleep was interrupted by things you couldn't control and couldn't escape. Or maybe nothing dramatic ever happened. Maybe you just learned through countless small experiences that safety requires vigilance. That the world doesn't stop demanding things from you just because you're tired. That letting your guard down, even in sleep, is a luxury you can't afford. So you stay partially awake. You sleep lightly. You dream with one foot in consciousness. Never fully letting go, never fully trusting that it's safe to be completely, utterly, vulnerably unconscious. And you wake up tired, always tired. Tired in a way that sleep doesn't fix because you never fully slept. You rested, maybe. You closed your eyes. You lay still for hours. But that vigilant part of you never stopped working, never stopped watching, never stopped preparing for whatever might require your attention. And the cruel thing is that you don't even fully realize you're doing this. It's become so automatic, so ingrained, that you think this is just what sleep is like. You think everyone lies awake, monitoring their thoughts. You think everyone sleeps with that edge of alertness, ready to wake fully at any moment. But they don't. Some people actually surrender to sleep, actually let go, actually trust that they can be unconscious for hours and everything will be fine, and you envy them. You envy their ease with something that should be natural, automatic, the most basic human function. You envy their ability to just close their eyes and drift away without this constant negotiation with consciousness, this endless internal debate about whether it's safe to stop watching. But you don't know how to be them. You don't know how to sleep like someone who feels safe sleeping. You don't know how to let go when letting go has never felt safe. And maybe you've tried everything. You've tried meditation apps and breathing exercises and sleep hygiene and supplements and therapy and everything anyone has ever suggested for getting better rest. And maybe some of it has helped a little around the edges. But it hasn't solved the core problem. Because the core problem isn't a sleep problem. It's a safety problem. It's a trust problem. It's the problem of that part of you that learned long ago that vigilance equals survival and rest equals vulnerability. And you can't talk yourself out of that. You can't logic yourself into feeling safe. You can't convince that vigilant part of you to stand down just because you're lying in a comfortable bed, in a locked house, in a relatively safe life. Because that part of you isn't responding to your current circumstances. It's responding to old circumstances. Old learning. Old experiences that taught it that the world requires constant watching. And it's still watching, still alert, still waiting for the danger it knows is coming, because danger has always come before. So what do you do? How do you sleep when sleep feels dangerous? How do you rest when rest feels like giving up the one thing that's kept you safe? Maybe you don't. Not tonight. Not perfectly. Not the way you wish you could, the way others seem to, the way you imagine rest is supposed to be. Maybe tonight you just lie here, in the dark, in the quiet. And instead of fighting the vigilance, instead of trying to force yourself to let go, you just notice it. You notice that part of you that's still watching. You notice how tired it is. You notice how long it's been working without a break. You notice it without judging it, without trying to change it, without making it wrong. You just notice, oh, there you are, still watching, still protecting, still doing the job you've always done. Thank you. Thank you for trying to keep me safe. Thank you for caring enough to never stop watching. And then maybe that vigilant part softens just a little. Not because you've convinced it to, not because you've proven it's safe, but because you've finally acknowledged it. You've finally seen it. You've finally said thank you instead of trying to make it go away. And in that softening, that small acknowledgement, maybe there's space for a different kind of rest. Not the complete surrender you think you should be capable of, but a rest that includes the vigilance. A rest that doesn't require you to be someone you're not. You can rest while still being you, while still being vigilant, while still being that person who watches, who monitors, who stays alert. You don't have to become someone else to deserve rest. You don't have to fix this part of yourself. You don't have to stop being vigilant before you're allowed to be tired. You can be both vigilant and tired. Alert and needing rest, watching and desperately needing someone to watch over you for once. You can be all of it, and you can rest anyway. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough. Enough for tonight, enough for this moment, enough to close your eyes and breathe and let your body do what it knows how to do, even if your mind can't fully let go. Your body knows how to rest, even when your mind doesn't. Your body knows how to heal, how to restore, how to prepare for tomorrow, even while that vigilant part of you insists on staying partially awake. So let your body rest. Let it do its work. Let it have whatever rest it can have, even if it's not the perfect, complete, surrendered rest you think you should be having. This rest, imperfect, vigilant, half-awake rest, is still rest. It's still something. It's still better than nothing. And maybe that's enough for tonight. Maybe that's all you need. Not perfect rest. Just this. Just your body being horizontal. Just your eyes being closed. Just this moment of not having to do anything else, be anything else, watch for anything else. Just this. Just rest. Just you. Just now. Enough. Morning comes and you feel it immediately. You're already behind. Not behind schedule, not behind on tasks, behind on energy, behind on capacity, behind on whatever internal resource is required to face a day. And you used it all up yesterday, or the day before, or years ago, and you've been running on fumes ever since. You open your eyes and the tiredness is there before you're even fully awake. It's not the kind of tired that comes from a late night or a hard workout. It's deeper than that, older than that. It's the tired that comes from never fully resting, from sleeping but not restoring, from lying down but never truly letting go. And you think, not again. Please, not again. But not another day of dragging this exhaustion through every moment, every interaction, every task that other people complete with ease, but that costs you everything. But the day doesn't care that you're tired. The day is here anyway, with all its demands, all its expectations, all its requirements that you show up as someone who slept well, who rested, who has the energy to be functional, pleasant, productive. And you will. You'll show up. You'll do what needs to be done. You always do, because you've learned how to function on empty. You've learned how to perform rest even when you haven't experienced it. You've been learned how to move through the world as if you re-fine when you anything but fine. You'll get up. You'll shower. You'll put on clothes that communicate to the world that you're a person who has their life together. You'll drink coffee as if coffee could fill the deep well of exhaustion that no amount of caffeine ever quite touches. And you'll start the performance of being awake, of being present, of being someone who isn't constantly fighting the weight of their own tiredness just to remain upright. You'll smile when you're supposed to smile. You'll engage in small talk. You'll complete tasks. You'll make decisions. You'll be there for people who need you. You'll do everything that is expected of someone who had a good night's sleep and woke up ready for the day. And no one will know. No one will see that you're running on fumes, that every interaction requires effort you don't have, that every task depletes you more than it should, that you're one more demand, one more expectation, one more requirement away from completely falling apart, because you've gotten so good at hiding it, so good at performing energy you don't have, so good at making exhaustion look like functionality, and maybe you take some pride in that, in your ability to keep going when you have nothing left, in your resilience, in your capacity to show up even when showing up requires everything from you. But the pride is thin, and underneath it is resentment. Resentment that you have to try so hard just to do what others seem to do effortlessly. Resentment that rest doesn't restore you. Resentment that you wake up tired and go to bed tired and exist in a constant state of tiredness that no one acknowledges because you hide it so well. And underneath the resentment is something sadder, something more vulnerable, something that sounds like a child's voice asking, "When do I get to rest? When is it my turn? When will someone see how tired I am and tell me I can stop it?" But no one sees, or if they see, they don't say anything, because you're handling it. You're functioning, you're showing up, and as long as you're handling it, why would anyone intervene? So you keep going. Through the morning that started tired, through the afternoon that will deplete you further, through the evening that will find you exhausted but unable to rest, because that vigilant part of you won't let you fully let go. And then tomorrow will come, and you'll wake up tired again, and you'll do it all over again, and again, and again. Until you can't remember what it felt like to wake up refreshed. Until you can't imagine what it would be like to have energy that lasts through the day. Until tiredness becomes your baseline, your normal, your constant companion that you've stopped fighting and just learned to carry. And maybe this is just how it is. Maybe this is just your life. Maybe some people wake up tired and stay tired and there's nothing to be done about it except keep going, keep functioning, keep performing rest even when rest never comes. Or maybe not. Maybe there's another way. Maybe there's a version of your life where you don't have to work so hard just to get through the day, where rest actually restores, where sleep actually heals, where you wake up with enough energy to meet the day instead of starting behind and staying behind. But you don't know how to get there. You don't know what would have to change. You don't know if it's even possible for someone like you, someone who's been tired for so long that tired has become who you are. So you just keep going, because that's what you do, that's what you've always done. That's the only way you know how to be. Always tired, waking up tired, going to bed tired, living tired, but living anyway. Because giving up isn't an option. Because people depend on you. Because the world doesn't stop for exhaustion. Because you've learned that you don't get to rest just because you need to. You get to rest when everything is done. And everything is never done. So you never rest. Not really. Not in the way you need to. You just keep waking up tired. Keep dragging the tiredness through another day. Keep hoping that maybe tomorrow will be different, even though tomorrow is never different. Tomorrow you'll wake up tired, just like today, just like yesterday. Just like every day for as long as you can remember, and you'll keep going, because that's what you do. That's who you are. That's the only way you know how to survive. Tired but surviving. Exhausted but functional. Empty but still somehow showing up. Tired, day after day, morning after morning, waking up already tired, already behind, already running on empty, but running anyway, always running, never resting, never stopping. Never getting the rest you need because the rest you need requires surrender you're too afraid to give. So you stay tired, you stay vigilant, you stay always watching, never resting, constantly functioning, and maybe that's just how it is. Maybe that's just who you are. Maybe that's just the cost of being the kind of person who can't fully let go. Tired, always tired, forever tired. Waking up already tired and knowing you'll go to bed the same way and doing it anyway. Because what else can you do? What else is there except to keep going, keep trying, keep hoping that someday, somehow, you'll finally get to rest. But not today. Today you're tired, and tomorrow you'll be tired, and the day after that too, and you'll keep going anyway. because you always do, because you always have, because you don't know how to do anything else. Tired, here, going, always going, never resting, forever tired, but here, still here, somehow still here. You've been acting normal for so long that sometimes even you believe the performance. You show up to work or to social events or to family gatherings and you're pleasant, you're engaged. You're present enough that no one questions whether something's wrong. You've learned exactly how much energy to project, so people think you refine without requiring so much that you completely deplete yourself. It's a careful calculation, a precise performance. Too much energy and they'll expect it every time, and you don't have it to give. Too little and they'll ask if you're okay, and that question requires energy to deflect that you also don't have. So you've found the middle ground, the just fine enough zone, the place where you can exist without drawing concern or suspicion or those probing questions that well-meaning people ask when they notice something off. And most of the time, it works. Most of the time, people accept the version of you that you present. They don't look deeper. They don't ask harder questions. They don't see the exhaustion you're carrying just beneath the surface of your competent, functional exterior, because you've gotten good at this. You've had to. You've learned that admitting you're tired all the time makes people uncomfortable. They want to help, but they don't know how, or they offer solutions you've already tried, or they minimize it. Everyone's tired, they say, as if your tiredness is the same as their tiredness, as if you're all experiencing the same thing. But you're not. Their tired is the tired of a busy week or a late night. Your tired is the tired of a nervous system that never fully calms, a body that never fully rests, a mind that never stops watching for danger even when there is no danger. Their tired gets better with sleep. Yours doesn't, and explaining that to people who can't understand it is more exhausting than just pretending you refine. So you pretend you perform. You show up as the functional version of yourself, and you leave the exhausted version at home, hidden, where no one has to deal with it. And it's lonely. This performance, because the version of you that people see isn't really you. It's the version you've constructed to be acceptable, to not be a burden, to not require more from people than they're willing or able to give. The real you, the tired you, the barely holding it together you, the desperately needing rest you, that version stays hidden. That version doesn't get to be seen. That version doesn't get acknowledged or supported, because acknowledging it would mean admitting that the poor performance is a performance, and admitting that feels too vulnerable, too honest, too much. So you keep performing. You keep showing up as fine. You keep functioning even when functioning requires everything from you, because not functioning isn't an option. Not performing isn't an option. The world requires you to be okay, so you're okay even when you're not. And sometimes you wonder what would happen if you stopped, if you just admitted, I'm exhausted. I'm always exhausted. I don't know how to rest, and I don't know how to keep going, and I am scared that I'll always be this tired. Would people understand? Would they help? Would they see you differently, less capable, less reliable, someone they need to worry about instead of someone they can depend on? Probably, and you can't afford that. Can't afford to be seen as less capable when your capability is what makes you valuable. Can't afford to need help when you've built your identity around being someone who helps others. So you keep the performance going, you keep the exhaustion hidden, you keep showing up as okay even when okay is the last thing you are. And the performance requires energy. Energy you don't have. Energy you steal from yourself, from rest you need, from recovery you're not getting, from reserves that are already empty but that you keep drawing from anyway, because what else can you do? And slowly, imperceptibly, you're depleting yourself, using yourself up, borrowing from a future where you'll have time to rest, energy to recover, space to actually be as tired as you feel. But that future never comes. There's always another day, another demand, another performance required, and you keep showing up. Keep functioning. Keep being okay for everyone else, even as you're falling apart inside. And maybe this is sustainable. Maybe you can keep this up forever. Maybe some people just live like this, performing fine while feeling exhausted, showing up while falling apart, functioning while fundamentally depleted. Or maybe it's not sustainable. Maybe something will eventually break. Maybe one day you won't have enough energy to perform, won't be able to paste on the smile and the competence and the I am fineness that everyone expects. And then what? Then you'll be seen. Then the exhaustion will be visible. Then people will know that you've been performing all along, that the okayness was never as okay as it looked. And that thought terrifies you more than the exhaustion itself. The thought of being seen as not okay, as struggling, as someone who can't handle what everyone else seems to handle without complaint. So you keep performing. Keep hiding. Keep showing up as fine because fine is what S expected, and you can't bear the thought of disappointing people by being anything else, even though being anything else is what you are. Even though the performance is killing you slowly. Even though you're so tired of being okay when you're not okay. But you do it anyway, because the alternative, being honest, being seen, being not okay in public, feels impossible. It feels more terrifying than the exhaustion, feels like admitting defeat. So you choose the exhaustion. You choose the performance. You choose to keep being okay for everyone else, even as you forget what actually being okay feels like. And maybe that's just how it has to be. Maybe that's just the price of being functional in a world that doesn't have space for people who are too tired to function. Maybe performing okay is the best you can do, and you should be grateful you can even do that much. Or maybe not. Maybe there's another way. Maybe there's a version where you don't have to perform, where you can be honest about the exhaustion, where you can be not okay without it meaning you're failing, but you don't know how to get there, don't know how to stop performing, when performing is the only way you know how to survive. So you keep going. Keep showing up, keep being okay, even when you're not. Even when you're anything but. Even when the performance requires everything you have and then some. You perform, you hide. You show up as fine, and underneath, where no one can see, you're so tired you can barely breathe. But you breathe anyway. You perform anyway. You show up anyway. Because that's what you do. That's who you've become. Someone who's always fine, even when they're never fine. And maybe someday that will change. Maybe someday you'll get to stop performing. Maybe someday you'll get to be as tired as you actually are without it being a problem. But not today. Today you perform. Today you're fine. Today you show up. Exhausted but present, depleted but functional, dying inside but fine on the outside. Always fine, forever fine. Performing fine until you can't perform anymore. And then you don't know it. You've never let yourself think that far ahead. You just keep performing. Keep going. Keep being fine, even when fine is the last thing you are. There's a voice in your head that says rest is weakness. That voice sounds reasonable. It sounds like it's trying to help you. It sounds like it's protecting you from becoming soft, lazy, less than you could be if you just pushed a little harder, tried a little more, refused to give in to the tiredness that's always pulling at you. That voice says, everyone's tired. Everyone struggles. The difference between people who succeed and people who do untease, whether they push through or give up, and resting. Resting is giving up. Resting is admitting you can't handle what others can handle. Resting is proof that you're weak. And you've believed that voice for years. Maybe decades. You've believed it. You've pushed through the tiredness. You've refused to rest because rest felt like surrender. You've kept going when your body was begging you to stop because stopping would mean admitting you couldn't keep up. And maybe that voice came from somewhere specific. Maybe it came from a parent who never rested, who worked themselves to exhaustion and expected you to do the same. Maybe it came from a culture that valorizes productivity, that measures worth by output, that treats rest as laziness and tiredness as personal failure. Or maybe it came from nowhere specific and everywhere at once. From 1,000 small messages absorbed over a lifetime. From seeing who gets praised and who gets criticized. From learning that value is conditional, that love is earned, that you're only as good as what you can produce. Either way, the voice is there, and it's loud. And it's convinced you that rest is dangerous. That if you let yourself rest, really rest, you'll never get started again. You'll sink into the tiredness and never climb back out. You'll become someone who gave up, who couldn't handle it, who wasn't strong enough, so you don't rest. Or you rest the minimum amount. Or you rest while feeling guilty about resting. Which isn't really resting at all. It's just not working while still being mentally at work. Still monitoring, still judging yourself for not being productive. And the exhaustion accumulates. It builds. It becomes the background of everything you do. You stop noticing how tired you are because you're always tired. You stop recognizing it as a problem because it's just your reality. This is just how life feels. This is just what it means to be an adult. This is just the price of being functional. But it's not. It's not normal to be this tired. It's not inevitable. It's not just part of being an adult. It's a sign that something is wrong, that something needs to change, that your body is trying to tell you something that you've been refusing to hear. Your body is saying, I need to rest. Not for a night, not for a weekend, but really rest. Deep rest, extended rest. The kind of rest that actually restores instead of just temporarily reducing the exhaustion before it builds back up again. But that kind of rest feels impossible. It feels like giving up. It feels like admitting you can't handle your life. It feels like failure. And maybe that's the real fear, isn't it? Not that rest itself is dangerous, but that needing rest means something about you, means you're weak, means you're not as capable as you thought, means you're failing at being the person you're supposed to be. But what if needing rest doesn't mean any of those things? What if it just means you're human? What if it means your body has limits, and you've been exceeding those limits for so long that exhaustion has become your default state? What if rest isn't giving up, it's actually the thing that would allow you to keep going? What if pushing through exhaustion is what's breaking you, and rest is what would restore you enough to actually live instead of just survive? That's hard to believe when the voice in your head is so insistent, when it keeps telling you that rest is weakness, that you should be able to handle more, that everyone else manages without this much rest, so why can't you? But maybe everyone else is lying too. Maybe everyone else is just as exhausted, but hiding it better. Or maybe everyone else has different limits, different capacities, different needs, and comparing yourself to them is as pointless as comparing your height to theirs. You are who you are, with the capacity you have, and no amount of pushing yourself will change your fundamental wiring. You need rest. Real rest. The kind that doesn't come with guilt. The kind that isn't measured in hours, but in actually allowing your nervous system to calm, your body to restore, your mind to stop its constant vigilance. And that's not weakness. That's not giving up. That's actually the bravest thing you could do. Because rest requires you to go against everything you've been taught. It requires you to challenge that voice in your head. It requires you to believe that your worth isn't conditional on your productivity. It requires you to risk being seen as weak, as lazy, as someone who can't handle it. It requires you to prioritize your actual well-being over other people's expectations. It requires you to treat yourself as someone whose needs matter, whose limits are real, whose tiredness is valid. And maybe you're not ready for that yet. Maybe the voice is still too loud. Maybe the fear of rest is still stronger than the need for it. Maybe you'll keep pushing through, keep refusing to stop. Keep treating rest as something you'll get to eventually, someday when everything else is done. But everything else will never be done. The world will never stop demanding things from you. There will never be a perfect moment when rest is convenient, acceptable, easy. There's only now, this moment, this tiredness, this body that's been asking you to rest for longer than you want to admit. And you can keep saying no. You can keep pushing. You can keep believing that rest is weakness and exhaustion is just part of life. Or you can try something different. You can try believing that you deserve rest, that your tiredness is real, that rest is ungiving up. It is actually what would allow you to keep going in a sustainable way instead of depleting yourself into nothing. You can try believing that you're not weak for needing rest. You're human, and humans need rest. All of them, even the ones who seem like they don't, even the ones who push through without complaint, they need it too. They're just better at hiding their exhaustion, or worse, at listening to their bodies. But you can listen. You can hear what your body has been trying to tell you. You can give yourself what you need instead of what you think you should be able to do without. Rest. Real rest, not as a reward, not as something you earn, but as a necessity, as something your body requires to function, as something you deserve simply because you're alive, and alive things need rest. It's not giving up. It's giving in to what your body has always known. Giving in to what you've been fighting against. Giving in to the truth that you can't keep going forever without stopping. You can rest. You're allowed to rest, even if it feels like weakness. Even if it feels like giving up. Even if that voice in your head insists you should be able to keep going. You can rest anyway. You can choose rest over performance. You can choose restoration over depletion. You can choose to listen to your body instead of the voice that's been pushing you beyond your limits. You can rest. And maybe, finally, that rest will be the thing that saves you. You keep thinking someone will notice. Someone will see how tired you are and tell you it's okay to stop. Someone will give you permission to rest without guilt, to slow down without shame, to admit that you can't keep going at this pace. But no one notices, or if they notice, they don't say anything, because you're functioning, you're managing. You're showing up. And as long as you're handling it, why would anyone tell you to stop? So you keep waiting for the external validation that your tiredness is real, that your need for rest is legitimate, that you're not just being weak or lazy or less capable than you should be. You're waiting for a doctor to tell you that you have a condition that explains the exhaustion. Something medical and therefore valid. Something that would give you permission to rest without feeling like you're giving up. You're waiting for your life to become less demanding, for the circumstances to change, for the perfect moment when rest would be convenient and acceptable and would not require you to disappoint anyone or let anyone down. You're waiting for someone, anyone, to say, "You've done enough, you've tried enough. You've pushed enough. Now you can rest. Now you're allowed to stop it." But that person isn't coming. That permission isn't going to be granted. That external validation you're waiting for doesn't exist, because the only person who can give you permission to rest is you, and you're the one person who won't grant it. You're the one holding yourself to impossible standards. You're the one insisting that you should be able to do more, handle more, push through more. You're the one who needs to say, "Enough. I'm tired. I need to rest, and I'm giving myself permission to rest even though no one else is telling me I should, even though the world will keep demanding things from me, even though rest feels like weakness. I'm giving myself permission anyway, because I need it, because I deserve it." Because my body is asking for it, and I'm finally ready to listen. That's the only permission that matters. Not your bosses, not your families, not societies, yours. Your permission to prioritize your well-being. Your permission to have limits. Your permission to be human instead of trying to be superhuman. And giving yourself that permission is terrifying because it means taking responsibility for your own rest instead of waiting for circumstances to allow it. It means saying no when you're expected to say yes. It means disappointing people who expect more from you. It means risking being seen as less capable, less reliable, less valuable. But it also means finally getting what you need. Finally letting your body rest. Finally allowing yourself to be as tired as you actually are without performing energy you don't have. So maybe it's time. Time to stop waiting for someone else to notice it. Time to stop hoping someone else will tell you it's okay. Time to give yourself the permission you've been waiting for. You're tired. You need rest. Real rest. Extended rest. The kind that actually restores instead of just barely keeping you functional, and you're giving yourself permission to have it. Not because you've earned it. Not because you've reached some threshold of exhaustion that finally makes rest acceptable, but because you need it. Because you deserve it. Because you're a human being with limits, and those limits are real and valid and worth honoring. You're giving yourself permission to rest. Starting now. Starting today. Starting this moment. Not perfectly. Not without guilt. Not without that voice in your head insisting you should be doing more, but doing it anyway. Resting anyway. Taking care of yourself anyway. Because the permission you've been waiting for, it was always yours to give. And you're giving it now. To yourself. For yourself. Because yourself is the one person who truly knows what you need. Rest, permission granted. By you, for you. Finally, your body has been speaking to you for years. You just haven't been listening. It's been speaking in the language of tension, the knots in your shoulders that never fully release. The tightness in your jaw that you don't notice until someone points it out. The way your neck holds the weight of constant vigilance like a physical burden. It's been speaking in the language of pain, the headaches that come from nowhere, the stomach issues that doctors can't quite explain, the mysterious aches that move around your body like they researching for the place where you finally pay attention. It's been speaking in the language of exhaustion, the tiredness that sleep doesn't fix, the heaviness that makes every movement feel like you're moving through water, the fog in your brain that makes thinking feel like work even. When the thinking is simple and you've been ignoring it, or medicating it, or pushing through it, treating your body like an inconvenience, like something that should just work without complaint, like a machine that's malfunctioning when it dares to have needs or limits or signals that something is wrong. Because acknowledging what your body is saying would mean admitting that you can't keep going like this, would mean slowing down, would mean rest, would mean all the things you've been avoiding because they feel like weakness, like giving up, like admitting defeat. So you ignore the signals. You take the pain medication. You drink more coffee. You push through the exhaustion. You tell yourself that everyone feels like this, that this is just what adult life is like, that you just need to be tougher, stronger, more capable of handling discomfort. But your body doesn't stop speaking. It just speaks louder. The tension becomes chronic. The pain becomes constant. The exhaustion becomes your baseline state. And still, you don't listen. Still, you don't slow down. Still, you don't give your body what it's been asking for all along. Rest. Simple, basic, fundamental rest. Not sleep necessarily, though that too. But rest in the deeper sense. Rest from the constant state of activation. Rest from the vigilance. Rest from the performance of being fine when you're not fine. Your body needs to feel safe, needs to believe that it doesn't have to be constantly ready for danger, needs permission to let go of the tension it's been holding, the alertness it's been maintaining, the readiness it's been sustaining for so long that you've forgotten it as not actually natural to live like this, because it's not. It's not natural to hold your shoulders up near your ears. It's not natural to clench your jaw while you sleep. It's not natural to never fully exhale, to always be braced for impact. To live in a constant state of low-level panic that you don't even register as panic anymore, because it's just how you always feel. Your nervous system is stuck. Stuck in a state of threat. Stuck in the belief that relaxing is dangerous. Stuck in the pattern it learned long ago when maybe relaxing was dangerous, when vigilance was necessary, when being ready was the only way to stay safe. But you're not in that situation anymore. You're not that child who needed to stay alert. You're not in that environment where danger was unpredictable and constant. You're grown now. You're safe now. At least, you're safer than your body believes you are. But your body doesn't know that. Your body is still living in that old reality, still responding to old threats, still protecting you from dangers that aren't present anymore or never were as constant as your nervous system learned to believe they were. And you can't logic your body into feeling safe. You can't think your way into relaxation. You can't convince your nervous system to calm down just because you understand intellectually that you're safe now. Your body needs evidence, needs experience, needs repeated proof that it's actually okay to let go. That relaxing won't lead to disaster. That rest is safe. That you can stop being vigilant and nothing bad will happen. And the only way to provide that evidence is to actually rest, to actually let go. To actually allow your body to experience what it feels like to not be constantly ready, constantly watching, constantly braced. But that feels impossible. Because letting go requires trust. Trust that you'll be okay if you're not controlling everything. Trust that the world won't fall apart if you're not holding it together. Trust that you're safe enough to finally stop. And you don't have that trust. You've never had that trust. You've been living your entire life as if safety is something you create through constant effort rather than something you can simply experience. So your body keeps speaking, keeps sending signals, keeps trying to tell you what it needs. keeps hoping that eventually, finally, you'll listen. And maybe today is the day you start listening. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough to acknowledge, my body is trying to tell me something. My body has been trying to tell me something for a very long time, and maybe, just maybe, I should pay attention. What is your body saying right now? Where are you holding tension? Where does it hurt? What feels tight, or sore, or uncomfortable, or just wrong? Your shoulders, your neck, your back, your jaw, your stomach, your chest. Where is your body holding the stress that your mind refuses to acknowledge? Just notice it. You don't have to fix it. You don't have to make it go away. Just notice, oh, there it is. That's where I'm holding it. That S where my body is keeping score of all the stress I am pretending I am not experiencing. And maybe, in noticing, something shifts. Maybe your shoulders drop slightly. Maybe your jaw unclenches. Maybe you take a deeper breath than you've taken all day. Maybe your body feels, for just a moment, like you're finally paying attention. And maybe that's enough for now. Maybe just noticing is the first step. Maybe just acknowledging what your body has been trying to tell you is the beginning of actually listening. Your body has been so patient with you, so forgiving. It's been doing its best to function despite your refusal to give it what it needs. It's been compensating, adapting, finding ways to keep going even when going should have stopped long ago, but it's tired. Your body is tired, tired of not being heard, tired of not being honored, tired of being treated like a machine that should just work instead of a living system that needs care, attention, rest. And maybe it's time to stop ignoring it. Time to stop pushing through, time to start treating your body like something precious, something worth caring for, something that deserves tenderness instead of constant demands. Your body has been trying to tell you, for years, for decades, maybe. And now, finally, maybe you're ready to listen. You learned this so early you don't even remember learning it. You learned that the world requires constant attention, that letting your guard down is dangerous, that rest is a luxury you can't afford because something bad might happen when you not watching. Maybe your parents fought and you had to stay alert to know when to disappear to your room, when to intervene, when to comfort a sibling. Maybe you learned that you were safest when you were monitoring the emotional temperature of the house, when you could anticipate mood shifts before they happened, when you could make yourself small enough to avoid triggering anger or disappointment. Or maybe your parents didn't fight at all. Maybe everything looked fine from the outside, but you still learned that you had to be vigilant, had to be good, had to anticipate needs and meet them before they were spoken, had to read between the lines, interpret silences, understand what was wanted from you even when no one said it directly. Maybe someone was sick and you had to be the responsible one, the one who didn't add to the burden, the one who took care of themselves, took care of others, never needed anything because need was dangerous when everyone was already overwhelmed. Or maybe someone was absent, physically present, but emotionally unavailable. And you learned that love was conditional on your performance, your achievements, your ability to be impressive enough to capture attention that was always directed elsewhere. Or maybe nothing dramatic happened at all. Maybe your childhood was fine, normal, unremarkable. But somewhere along the way, you still learned that vigilance equals safety, that rest equals vulnerability, that letting go means losing control, and losing control is the most dangerous thing you could do. However you learned it, the lesson stuck deep in your nervous system, deep in your body, deep in the part of you that operates below conscious thought, below rational understanding, below everything you think you know about yourself. And that lesson says you're only safe when you're watching, you're only okay when you're ready, you're only protected when you're vigilant. Rest is dangerous. Letting go is foolish. Trust is a risk you can't afford to take, and you were just a child. You didn't have the capacity to question these lessons. You didn't have the perspective to understand that maybe the world wasn't as dangerous as it felt, that maybe you didn't need to be so vigilant, that maybe rest could actually be safe. You just absorbed what you experienced. You learned what you needed to learn to survive the environment you were in. And those survival strategies worked. They kept you safe. They got you through. But they didn't stop when the danger stopped. They didn't turn off when you grew up, moved out, created a life that's different from the one you grew up in. They just kept running, like a program that's still executing, even though the conditions it was designed for no longer exist. And now you're an adult. You're safe, at least. Safer than you were. You're capable, more capable than that child ever was. You're in control of your own life in ways that child never could be. But that child is still there, still watching, still waiting for the danger they learned to expect, still believing that vigilance is the only thing keeping you safe. And you can't just tell that child to relax. You can't just explain that things are different now. You can't logic away a lesson that was learned before you had language for it, before you had conscious understanding, before you had any choice about whether to learn it or not. That child learned what they needed to learn, and that learning lives in your body now, in your nervous system, in the way you hold tension, in the way you startle at unexpected sounds, in the way you can't fully relax even when you're supposedly relaxing. That child is still trying to protect you, still doing the job they took on when no one else was doing it. Still vigilant because vigilance once meant survival. And maybe that child needs something different than logic. Maybe they need to be seen, to be acknowledged, to be told, "Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for keeping me safe. Thank you for doing a job that no child should have had to do. You did such a good job. You were so brave. You were so strong. You figured out how to survive in an environment that required more from you than any child should have to give. And now you're safe. Now you're grown. Now you don't need to watch so carefully anymore. Now you can rest. Now you can let go. Now you can trust that you're okay even when you're not constantly monitoring everything. But that child doesn't know that yet. That child is still back there, still watching, still convinced that rest equals danger. So maybe you need to show them, slowly, gently, over and over. Show them that it's actually safe to rest, that nothing bad happens when you close your eyes, that you can let your guard down and the world doesn't fall apart. You need to give that child the experience they never had, the experience of being protected by someone else so they didn't have to protect themselves. The experience of rest being safe. The experience of being allowed to be a child, vulnerable, dependent, not responsible for everything. And you can give them that now. You can be the adult for that child. You can be the protector they needed. You can be the one who says, "I've got this. You can rest now. You don't have to watch anymore. I'm here. I'm awake. I'm capable. You're safe." Not just once, but over and over. Every time that child wakes up scared, every time they start watching again, every time they try to take back the job of vigilance, because that's the only job they know how to do. You can gently, patiently, consistently tell them, "It's okay. I've got this. You can rest. You're safe. I'm here." And slowly, maybe, that child will start to believe you, will start to relax, will start to trust that maybe, finally, it's actually safe to let go. That's the work. Not forgetting what happened, not pretending your childhood was different than it was, but healing the part of you that learned lessons that are no longer serving you. Updating the program that's still running on old code, teaching your nervous system that what was once necessary is no longer required. You can rest. That child can rest. The vigilance can finally soften, because you're not that child anymore. You're the adult, and the adult can keep watch while the child rests. That's what you never got to experience. Someone keeping watch so you didn't have to. Someone being vigilant so you could be vulnerable. Someone protecting you so you could just be a child. But you can give that to yourself now. You can be that for yourself now. You can let that child inside you finally rest. They've been working so hard. They've been watching so carefully. They've been protecting you for so long. And now, if they're willing, if they're ready, if they can begin to trust, now they can rest. You've got this. You're the adult now. You can handle it. That child doesn't have to do this job anymore. Rest now, little one. Rest now. You're safe. Finally safe. Finally allowed to rest. You learned early that needing things was dangerous. That asking for help was a burden. That the safest way to be was to be self-sufficient, independent, someone who never required anything from anyone. So you built your relationships around that. You became the helper, the supporter, the one people came to when they needed something. You were there for everyone else, but you never let anyone be there for you, and people loved that about you. They loved how capable you were, how strong, how reliable, how you never complained, never asked for too much, never made your problems their problems. They loved the version of you that never needed, and so you kept giving them that version. You kept being the strong one, the capable one, the one who had it all together. Because that's the version they wanted. That's the version that got love, appreciation, validation. The version that needed things. That version stayed hidden. That version learned that showing need meant showing weakness, and showing weakness meant risking rejection, abandonment, the loss of the conditional love you'd worked so hard to earn. So you performed independence. You performed strength. You performed being fine even when you weren't fine, and your relationships were built on that performance. Built on the unspoken agreement that you would be the giver and they would be the taker, and no one would question whether that arrangement was actually sustainable. And for a while, maybe it felt good. It felt good to be needed, to be valued. To have a clear role, a clear purpose, a clear way of earning your place in people's lives. But underneath, it was exhausting. Underneath, you were depleting yourself. Underneath, you were giving and giving and giving, while never allowing yourself to receive. And the resentment built. Slowly, quietly. The resentment of people who loved you but didn't really know you, who valued you but only valued the parts you showed them, who needed you but never asked what you might need. And it's not entirely their fault. You didn't let them know you. You didn't show them the parts that needed. You didn't ask for help even when you desperately needed it. You maintained the performance so carefully that they genuinely believed you were fine. They genuinely thought you didn't need anything, because that's what you told them with your words and your actions and your constant refusal to be vulnerable. So they stayed comfortable in the role you gave them. They stayed in the pattern you established. They kept taking what you offered without questioning whether you had anything left to give. Because you never told them you were empty. You never said you were tired. You never admitted that the strong, capable person they knew was a performance you couldn't maintain much longer. And now you're in relationships where need feels impossible, where admitting exhaustion feels like betrayal, where asking for help feels like breaking the fundamental contract of who you are and what you offer. How do you tell people who've only known you as strong that you're actually fragile? How do you tell people who've only received from you that you need to receive? How do you change the dynamic without destroying the relationship entirely? Maybe you don't. Maybe some relationships can't survive you becoming honest. Maybe some people loved the performance and not the person, and when the performance ends, so does their interest. And that's terrifying. That's the fear that keeps you performing. The fear that if people see the real you, the tired you, the needy you, the barely holding it together you, they'll leave. They'll be disappointed. They'll realize you re not who they thought you were, and they'll decide you re not worth the effort anymore. But maybe that's not true. Maybe some people will surprise you. Maybe some people have been waiting for you to be real, to be honest, to let them in. Maybe some people have sensed the performance and wanted to know the person underneath, but didn't know how to get past your defenses. Maybe some relationships will deepen when you finally let yourself be vulnerable. When you finally admit you need things. When you finally stop performing strength and start being honest about struggle. And maybe some relationships will end. Maybe some people can't handle you being human. Maybe some people need you to be strong because it makes them feel secure, and your vulnerability threatens that security. And losing those relationships will hurt, but maybe it will also be a relief from performing, a relief from pretending, a relief from maintaining connections that required you to be someone you're not. Because the truth is, relationships built on you never needing anything aren't real relationships. They're transactions. You give, they take. Everyone stays comfortable. No one gets too close. There's care, maybe, but there's no real intimacy. There's no vulnerability. There's no seeing and being seen in the full, messy, complicated truth of who you are. And you deserve more than that. You deserve relationships where you can be tired, where you can need things, where you can ask for help without it being a crisis, where your worth isn't contingent on your ability to give endlessly without ever receiving. You deserve to be loved as someone who needs, not just as someone who provides. You deserve to be cared for, to be supported, to be held when you're falling apart instead of always being the one holding everyone else. But getting there requires honesty, requires risk, requires admitting to people who think you're fine that you're not fine, that you've never been as fine as you've pretended to be. That the strong, capable person they know is exhausted and needs help and can't keep being that person anymore. And that's terrifying. But it's also necessary, because you can't keep building relationships on false foundations. You can't keep connecting with people from behind a wall. You can't keep performing strength when you need to collapse. So maybe it's time to start being honest. Start small, if you need to. Start with one person. Start with one admission. I'm tired. I need help. I can't do this alone anymore. And see what happens. See if they can handle it. See if the relationship can survive honesty. See if they can love the real you as much as they loved the performed you. Some will, some won't. And that's okay, because the ones who can handle your honesty, who can meet you in your vulnerability, who can love you as someone who needs, those are the relationships worth keeping. Those are the connections that will actually sustain you instead of depleting you. And the others, let them go. Not with anger, not with bitterness, but with the understanding that they loved a version of you that you can't be anymore. And that's okay. You can be grateful for what those relationships were, while also acknowledging that they can't be what you need going forward. You're changing. You're becoming honest. You're letting yourself need things, and your relationships need to change too. Some will evolve, some will end, and both of those outcomes are okay, because you can't keep performing. You can't keep being the strong one. You can't keep building relationships on the foundation of never needing anything. You need things. You've always needed things. You just haven't let yourself need them out loud. Haven't let yourself ask for them. Haven't let yourself believe you deserve to receive as much as you give. But you deserve reciprocal relationships. You deserve to be known. You deserve to be loved for who you actually are, not for who you've been performing as. And that starts with being honest. with being vulnerable, with letting people see that you retired and you need help and you keep in everything for everyone anymore. It starts with rest. And rest requires trust. And trust requires letting people in. Letting them see you. Letting them help you. Letting them love you, not despite your need, but including your need. That's the work. Not just learning to rest, but learning to let others see you rest, learning to receive, learning to need things out loud, learning to build relationships on honesty instead of performance. It's scary. It's risky. It might change everything. But it's also the only way forward. The only way to have relationships that actually nourish you instead of depleting you. The only way to be truly known and truly loved. So be honest, be vulnerable, be tired, be needy, be human, and see who stays, see who can love you as you actually are, see who's been waiting for you to let them in. Those are your people, the ones who stay, the ones who love you through the honesty, the ones who meet you in your vulnerability instead of running from it. And they're out there, they're waiting. They ready to love the real you if you're brave enough to show them who that is. There comes a moment when you simply can't anymore. Not can't in the sense of choosing not to, but can't in the sense of physical impossibility. Your body refuses. Your mind shuts down. The engine that's been running on fumes finally, completely, runs out, and you break. Not dramatically, not visibly to others, maybe, but internally, fundamentally, the structure you've built your entire identity on, the structure of capability, performance, endless resilience, that structure crumbles. And you're left with a question you've ever had to answer before. If I am not the capable one, the strong one, the one who never breaks, then who am I? Your entire sense of self has been built around what you can do, what you can handle, what you can endure without complaint. You've been the person people can depend on, the person who gets things done, the person who never falters, never fails, never needs to be carried because they're always the one doing the carrying. And suddenly you can't be that person anymore. Not because you don't want to, but because your body won't let you. Your mind won't let you. Something fundamental has broken and performing capability is no longer possible. So who are you now? Who are you when you can't perform? Who are you when you're not strong, not capable, not the person everyone relies on? You don't know. You've never had to know, because you've never let yourself be anything other than that. You've never explored the parts of yourself that aren't about capability. You've never developed an identity that isn't rooted in what you can do for others. And now you're forced to. Now you have to find out who you are when you're not performing, who you are when you're weak, who you are when you need help instead of providing it, and it's terrifying. Because what if there's nothing there? What if you've been so focused on being capable that you've never developed a self beyond capability? What if the performance was all there was, and now that the performance has ended, you're just ... empty? What if people only loved you for what you could do? What if your worth was only ever conditional on your ability to give, to help, to be strong? What if now that you can't do those things anymore, you have nothing to offer and therefore no reason for anyone to stay? These fears feel existential, feel like they're about survival, feel like if you're not capable, you're not valuable. And if you're not valuable, you're not worthy of love, connection, existence itself. But those fears are lies, lies you learned somewhere. Lies that felt true because they were reinforced over and over. Lies that became the foundation of your identity because no one ever contradicted them. But they're still lies. Your worth isn't conditional on your capability. Your value doesn't come from what you can do for others. You're not valuable because you're strong. You're valuable because you're you, because you exist. Because you're a human being, and human beings have inherent worth that has nothing to do with performance or productivity or endless resilience. But knowing that intellectually doesn't make it feel true, because your entire identity has been built on the opposite foundation. Your entire sense of self has been rooted in capability. And now that capability is gone, and you're left floating in an identity vacuum, trying to figure out who you are when you're not the person you've always been. And maybe this is an opportunity, a terrible, painful, unwanted opportunity, but an opportunity nonetheless. An opportunity to discover who you are beyond performance. To explore the parts of yourself you've never had time for because you were too busy being capable. To build an identity that's rooted in being rather than doing. Who are you when you're not strong? Maybe you're vulnerable, and maybe vulnerability is its own kind of strength. The strength to admit weakness, the strength to ask for help. The strength to be human instead of trying to be superhuman. Who are you when you're not capable? Maybe you're still learning, and maybe learning is valuable even when it's not productive. Maybe the process of becoming is more important than the achievement of having become. Who are you when you're not the one everyone relies on? Maybe you're the one who finally gets to be supported, to be cared for, to receive instead of constantly giving, to discover what it feels like to be on the other side of the dynamic you've maintained your entire life. This identity crisis is painful. It feels like losing yourself, but maybe it's actually finding yourself, finding the parts that were always there but were buried under the performance, finding the you that exists independent of what you can do or how you can help or whether you re-strong enough, that you, the essential you, the core you, the you that exists beyond capability, that you has always been there. You've just never given them space to be known. You've been so busy performing that you've been never stopped to ask, who am I when I am not performing? And now you're being forced to ask that question, being forced to sit with it. Being forced to discover an answer that is unrooted in what you do but in who you are, and the answer might surprise you. You might discover that you're more than you thought, that your identity is richer than just capability, that there are parts of you that have been waiting patiently, hopefully, for the performance to end so they could finally emerge. You might discover that you recreative in ways you never explored because you were too busy being productive, that you're sensitive in ways you never honored because sensitivity felt like weakness, that you're playful, curious, contemplative, artistic, spiritual, all these parts that have been dormant because they did unserve the identity you were performing. You might discover that the people who truly love you for reasons that have nothing to do with your capability, that they love your humor, your kindness, your particular way of seeing the world, that they love you not for what you do, but for who you are, and who you are is so much more than what you've let them see. Or you might discover that some people really did only value you for what you could do, and losing those relationships will hurt. But it will also be clarifying. It will show you who was there for the real you and who was there for the performed you. And knowing that difference matters. This identity crisis is a crucible. It's burning away everything that was false about your sense of self. Everything that was rooted in performance, in conditional worth, in the belief that you're only valuable if you're capable, and what remains after that burning, that's the real you. That's the you that exists beyond performance. That's the you that's been waiting all this time to be discovered, acknowledged, allowed to exist. You're not losing yourself. You're finding yourself. And it hurts because you're attached to the identity you've performed for so long. Because that identity felt safe, even though it was exhausting. Because it gave you a clear role, a clear purpose, a clear way of being in the world. But that identity was also a prison, and this crisis is the door opening, the bars dissolving, the opportunity to finally step out into a bigger version of yourself. You are more than your capability. You always have been. You've just never let yourself believe it. Never let yourself explore it. Never let yourself be anything other than strong. But you can be weak now. You can be in process. You can be discovering it. You can be all the things you never let yourself be because they did unfit the identity you were performing. And in that discovery, you might find something extraordinary. Yourself. The real self. The essential self. The self that exists whether or not you're capable, whether or not you're strong, whether or not you're the person everyone depends on. That self has been here all along, waiting, hoping, believing that someday you'd stop performing long enough to notice them. And now you have. And now the real work begins. The work of building an identity that's rooted in truth instead of performance. The work of discovering who you are instead of who you think you should be. The work of being human instead of trying to be more than human. It's hard work. Maybe the hardest you've ever done, but it's also the most important. Because you can't keep being someone you're not. You can't keep performing an identity that's killing you. You can't keep pretending to be strong when you're falling apart. You need to be real. You need to be honest. You need to be whoever you actually are, even if that person is weak, needy, still figuring it out. That person deserves to exist. That person deserves to be known. That person is enough, exactly as they are, without needing to be capable or strong or endlessly resilient. You're enough, not because of what you can do, but because of who you are. And who you are is so much more than you've ever let yourself be. You're starting to realize how much time you've lost. How many years you've spent in survival mode, in constant exhaustion, in the grinding effort of just keeping yourself functional. And there's grief in that realization, deep grief. The grief of looking back and seeing all the moments you were too tired to fully experience. All the opportunities you couldn't take because you didn't have the energy. All the joy you could unaccess because you were using everything you had just to get through the day. You were there, physically, but you weren't really there, not fully. Not present, not able to engage with your life in the way you wanted to because you were too busy managing your own exhaustion. How many conversations did you miss because you were too tired to really listen? How many experiences did you skip because you didn't have the energy to show up? How many relationships did you keep surface level because going deeper would have required more than you had to give? How many years did you spend just surviving when you wanted to be thriving? How much of your life has passed in a fog of tiredness that you can barely remember because you are never fully present for it, and you can't get those years back? You can't redo the experiences you missed. You can't reclaim the energy you spent just trying to stay afloat. Those years are gone, and you have to grieve them. Grieve the person you might have been if you'd been allowed to rest. Grieve the experiences you might have had if you'd had the energy. Grieve the relationships you might have built if you'd been able to show up fully instead of always holding back, always conserving energy, always prioritizing survival over connection. Grieve the youth you spent exhausted. The 20s or 30s or 40s that should have been full of exploration and possibility, but instead were full of just trying to keep going. The prime of your life that you spent depleted, and it's not fair. It's not fair that you had to spend so many years like this. It's not fair that while others were living, you were just surviving. It's not fair that you lost so much time to exhaustion that might have been preventable if you'd been known sooner, if you'd been supported better, if you'd given yourself permission to rest earlier. But fair or not, it happened. Those years are gone, and no amount of anger or regret or grief will bring them back. You can't change the past. You can only grieve it and then decide what to do with the time you have left. And maybe there's a long time left. Maybe you're young enough that most of your life is still ahead of you. Maybe you can grieve the years you lost and then commit to not losing any more. Maybe you can use this realization as a turning point, as the moment when you decided that you're not spending the rest of your life exhausted. Or maybe you're older. Maybe more years are behind you than ahead. Maybe the grief is sharper because there's less time to make up for what was lost. Maybe you're mourning not just the years you lost, but the future you won't have, the person you might have been if things had been different. Either way, the grief is real, the loss is real, and it deserves to be acknowledged, not glossed over, not minimized. Not dismissed with platitudes about how it made you stronger or taught you lessons or happened for a reason. Maybe it did teach you things. Maybe you are stronger in some ways because of it. Maybe there's meaning you can extract from the suffering. But that doesn't erase the loss. Doesn't make the years you spent exhausted any less lost. Doesn't make the grief any less valid. You lost something. You lost time. You lost experiences. You lost a version of yourself that might have existed if you'd been allowed to rest. And that loss deserves to be mourned. So mourn it. Let yourself feel the sadness of it. Let yourself be angry about it. Let yourself grieve for the you that might have been, the life you might have lived, the experiences you might have had if exhaustion hadn't been your constant companion. And then, when you're ready, not now, maybe, but eventually let yourself imagine what's possible from here. What life could be like if you actually rested, if you actually took care of yourself, if you actually honored your limits instead of constantly exceeding them. What could the next years look like if they're not lost to exhaustion? What could you do? Who could you be? How could you live if you actually had energy? If you actually had capacity? If you were actually present for your own life instead of just trying to survive it? You can't get back what you lost, but you can decide not to lose anymore. You can decide that the grief of the past is also the motivation for the future. That you're not going to keep living like this. That something has to change. That you deserve better than survival. You deserve to actually live, to be present. To have energy for the things that matter. To show up fully to your own life instead of always being half there, half exhausted, half life. And maybe that starts now. Maybe the grief is also the catalyst. Maybe mourning what you lost is what finally gives you permission to claim what you still have, to protect it, to honor it. To stop throwing away your present in the same way you threw away your past. The years you lost are gone, but you're still here, and the years ahead are still yours. And you get to decide what to do with them. Will you keep losing them to exhaustion? Will you keep surviving instead of living? Will you let the pattern continue until there are no more years left to lose? Or will you change? Will you rest? Will you finally give yourself what you needed all along? Will you let the grief of what you lost motivate you to protect what remains? The choice is yours. The past is gone. But the future is still unwritten. And you get to decide whether it's more of the same or something different. Something better, something sustainable, something that actually feels like living instead of just surviving. You can't get back the years you lost, but you can claim the years you have left. You can honor them. You can protect them. You can live them fully instead of spending them exhausted. That's how you honor what you lost. Not by pretending it didn't matter, but by making sure it doesn't keep happening. By making sure the grief serves a purpose. By making sure you do unlose any more years to the exhaustion that's already taken to many. You deserve that. You've always deserved that. And now, finally, maybe you're ready to give it to yourself. The grief is real. The loss is real. But so is the possibility of something different. So is the chance to live the rest of your life in a new way. So is the opportunity to finally rest. Grieve what you lost. And then protect what remains. That's the work. That's the way forward. That's how you make sure the suffering wasn't for nothing. You lost years, but you haven't lost yourself. You're still here, and you still have time. And you get to decide what to do with it. Choose rest. Choose presence. Choose living instead of surviving. Choose to honor what you lost by making sure you don't lose any more. That's how the grief becomes useful. That's how the loss becomes meaningful. That's how you transform suffering into change. You can't undo the past, but you can change the future. And that starts now. With rest, with care, with finally giving yourself what you've needed all along. The years you lost are gone, but you're still here, and that's enough. That's everything. That's the chance to do it differently from here on out. Take that chance. Honor it. Protect it. Live it. For all the years you lost. For all the exhaustion you endured. For all the life you missed while you were just trying to survive. Live now. Rest now. Be present now. For yourself. For the you that deserves better. For the future that's still possible, if you choose it. Choose it. Choose rest. Choose life. Choose yourself. Finally, rest doesn't come all at once. It's not a switch you flip. It's not a decision you make one time and then you're done. It's a practice, a slow, gradual, often frustrating practice of unlearning everything you've learned about pushing through, about ignoring your body, about treating exhaustion as weakness instead of as information. And it's harder than you thought it would be, harder than it should be, because rest should be natural, automatic, something your body knows how to do without you having to think about it. But you've trained yourself out of rest. You've taught your body that its signals don't matter. That tiredness is something to override, not something to honor. That stopping is giving up, and giving up is failure. So now you have to relearn, have to teach your body that it's actually safe to rest. That tiredness is not the enemy. That listening to your body won't make you weak. It will make you sustainable. And some days you can do it. Some days you feel tired and you actually rest. You lie down in the middle of the day. You cancel plans because you don't have energy. You say no to things you would have said yes to before. You prioritize your own restoration over everyone else's expectations. And it feels good. It feels like relief. It feels like finally listening to what your body has been asking for all along. And you think, okay, I can do this. I can rest. I can take care of myself. But then other days, you can't. Other days, the old patterns take over. Other days, you push through even though you re-exhausted because someone needs you or something has to get done, or resting feels too much like giving up. Other days, you lie down to rest and your mind won't stop, won't let you actually rest. Keeps listing all the things you should be doing instead. Keeps judging you for needing rest when other people can just keep going. Keeps insisting that you're being lazy, that you're not trying hard enough, that you should be able to push through like you always have. And you get frustrated. You get angry at yourself for not being better at this. For not being able to just rest like it's simple, like it's easy, like other people seem to do without this much effort. But rest isn't simple when you've spent your whole life not resting. Rest isn't easy when every message you've received has said that rest is weakness. Rest isn't automatic when you've taught your body that its needs don't matter, so you have to be patient with yourself. Have to accept that this is a process, that you're not going to be perfect at it. That some days you rest and some days you revert to old patterns, and both of those things are okay. Both of those things are part of learning. You're unlearning decades of conditioning. You're rewiring neural pathways. You're teaching your nervous system new patterns, and that takes time. More time than you want it to take. More time than feels fair. But it's happening. Even when it doesn't feel like it's happening. Even when you have a day where you push through exhaustion and feel like you failed. Even when you can't shut off your mind enough to actually rest. It's still happening. You're still learning. You're still changing. Even the awareness that you need to rest is progress. Even the attempt to rest is progress. Even the frustration that you can't rest perfectly is progress, because it means you're paying attention, you're trying, you're engaging with this instead of ignoring it like you used to. And slowly, incrementally, it gets easier. Slowly, you start to recognize the signals sooner. Start to honor them more consistently. Start to rest before you're completely depleted, instead of only resting when you literally can't continue. Slowly, the guilt lessens slowly. Resting feels less like giving up and more like taking care of yourself. Slowly, your body starts to trust that when you lie down, you're actually going to let yourself rest, instead of lying there mentally working. Slowly, your nervous system starts to calm. Starts to believe that maybe rest is actually safe, that maybe vigilance isn't required every moment, that maybe you can let go and nothing bad will happen. It's slow, so slow, slower than you want, slower than feels reasonable. But it's happening. You're changing. You're learning. You're slowly, gradually, imperfectly teaching yourself how to rest. And that's the work. Not resting perfectly, not getting it right every time, but showing up to the practice, trying again after you fail, being patient with yourself when it's hard, celebrating the small victories when you actually listen to your body instead of overriding it. The work is the practice, the repeated attempts, the willingness to keep trying even when it's frustrating, the commitment to learning this new way of being even when the old way keeps trying to reassert itself. You're learning. That's what matters. Not that you've learned, not that you're perfect at it, but that you're in the process, that you're trying. That you haven't given up on the possibility of rest, even when rest feels impossible. Keep practicing. Keep trying. Keep showing up to this even when it's hard, even when you fail, even when you push through exhaustion and then feel guilty about it, because every time you try, you're reinforcing the new pattern. Every time you rest, even imperfectly, you're teaching your body that rest is possible. Every time you honor your tiredness instead of overriding it, you're rewiring the conditioning that's kept you exhausted for so long. It's slow, but it's happening. You're learning to rest. And that's more significant than you might realize. That's changing everything. That's saving your life, one small act of rest at a time. So keep going, keep practicing, keep learning, keep being patient with yourself, keep believing that this is possible even when it feels impossible. You're learning to rest, and that's the bravest, most important thing you've ever done. The first time you say no, people notice. Not dramatically, not with open confrontation, but you can feel it. The shift in the room. The pause that lasts a beat too long. The slight surprise in their voice when they say, "Oh," or "Okay," or "Are you sure?" Because you don't say no. You're the person who says yes. The person who shows up. The person who can always be counted on. And now, suddenly, you're saying you can't. You're too tired. You need to rest. You have to take care of yourself. And they don't know what to do with that. They don't know what to do with this new version of you that has limits, boundaries, needs that matter more than their convenience. Some of them are supportive. They say things like, "Good for you," and "You deserve rest," and "I'm glad you're retaking care of yourself." And they mean it. They genuinely want you to be well. They've maybe even been worried about you, waiting for you to finally slow down. But others resist. Not always openly. Sometimes it's subtle. Sometimes it's just in their tone, their body language, the way they sigh when you say you can't help this time. Sometimes it's in the jokes they make about you becoming a different person, or getting lazy or not being yourself lately. Sometimes it's in the guilt trips. "I really needed you. I don't have anyone else to ask. I thought I could count on you," as if your worth is determined by your availability. As if saying no to them is a personal betrayal instead of a necessary act of self-preservation, and it hurts. It hurts to disappoint people. It hurts to feel them pulling away because you not giving them what they reused to getting from you. It hurts to see relationships change because you're no longer willing to deplete yourself to maintain them. And there's a part of you that wants to go back. That wants to say, "Never mind, I'll do it. I'll help. I'll show up." That wants to return to being the person they were comfortable with, even though that person was killing you slowly. Because at least when you were that person, people were happy with you. People praised you. People needed you in a way that felt like love, even though it was actually just dependency. And now that you're changing, now that you're setting boundaries, now that you're prioritizing rest, they're not happy anymore. They're uncomfortable. They're disappointed. They're resistant. And their resistance makes you doubt yourself, makes you wonder if you're being selfish, if you're being too sensitive, if you really do need this much rest, or if you're just making excuses, being lazy, giving up to it. Their resistance makes you want to prove that you still care, that you're still the person they knew, that setting boundaries doesn't mean you don't love them. So you start over-explaining, apologizing, justifying why you need to rest, why you can't help this time, why you have to say no. But you shouldn't have to justify rest. You shouldn't have to explain why you have limits. You shouldn't have to apologize for being human, for being tired, for needing to take care of yourself. Their comfort with your exhaustion is not your responsibility. Their adjustment to your boundaries is not your problem to solve. Their disappointment that you are not available to them 24/7 is not something you need to fix by going back to depleting yourself. Because here's the truth: the people who are resisting your rest are the people who benefited from your exhaustion. The people who are uncomfortable with your boundaries are the people who relied on you not having anything. The people who are disappointed in your self-care are the people who preferred you self-sacrificing. You don't owe them access to you at the expense of your well-being. You don't owe them the performed version of yourself that was always available, always capable, always giving. You owe them honesty. You owe them respect. You owe them whatever relationship is sustainable for both of you. But you don't owe them yourself at your own expense. And if they can't accept that, if they can't adjust to you having boundaries, if they can't support your need for rest, if they can't love you as someone who has limits, then maybe those relationships are unserving you. Maybe they never were. Maybe they were just comfortable for them because you made yourself uncomfortable to accommodate them. And losing those relationships or watching them change dramatically is painful. It's grief. It's mourning the version of connection you thought you had, but that was actually conditional on you being endlessly available. But it's also necessary, because you can't keep those relationships and also keep yourself. You can't maintain connections that require you to abandon your own needs. You can't stay in dynamics where your rest is seen as betrayal. So some relationships will end. Some will change. Some will evolve into something healthier. And some will surprise you. People you thought would resist will actually support you. People you thought would leave will actually stay. People you thought only loved the performed version will show you that they love the real version even more. But you won't know which is which until you actually change. Until you actually start saying no. Until you actually start prioritizing rest. Until you actually test whether the relationships in your life can handle you being honest about your limits. And that's scary. That's why you've avoided it for so long, because testing relationships means risking losing them, and losing them means being alone. And being alone feels dangerous, especially when you're already exhausted, already vulnerable, already barely holding it together. But being in relationships that require you to deplete yourself is also a kind of alone. It's being surrounded by people, but not actually being known. It's being needed, but not actually being loved. It's being connected, but only conditionally. Only as long as you keep performing, keep giving, keep being who they need you to be. And that's not real connection. That's not sustainable. That's not what you deserve. You deserve relationships that can handle your humanity, that can support your need for rest, that can love you with boundaries, that can adjust to you being honest about your limits instead of punishing you for having them. And finding those relationships or transforming existing relationships into that requires you to actually be honest, to actually set boundaries, to actually say no when you need to say no, even when people resist, even when they're disappointed, even when they try to make you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself, because their resistance is their problem, not yours. Their adjustment to your boundaries is their work to do, not yours. Their comfort with your exhaustion was never your responsibility to maintain. Your responsibility is to yourself, to your body, to your need for rest, to your right to have limits and boundaries, and to honor them without apology. So let them resist. Let them be uncomfortable. Let them be disappointed. Let them adjust or let them leave, but don't let their resistance pull you back into the patterns that were destroying you. You're changing, and that's good and necessary, and the right thing for you, even if it's uncomfortable for others. You're learning to rest. You're learning to have boundaries. You're learning to prioritize yourself. And the people who truly love you will adjust. They'll support you. They'll maybe even thank you for teaching them that they're allowed to have boundaries too, that rest is possible, that saying no doesn't mean not caring. And the people who can't adjust, who keep resisting, who keep trying to pull you back into your old patterns, those people are showing you who they are. Believe them and let them go. You don't need relationships that require your exhaustion. You need relationships that support your rest, and you're allowed to choose that. You're allowed to prioritize that, but you re-allowed to let go of anyone who can't or won't support you taking care of yourself. That's not selfish. That's not mean. That's not abandoning people. That's just being honest about what's sustainable. That's just protecting yourself. That's just choosing to live instead of depleting yourself to death to make others comfortable. Choose yourself. Choose rest. Choose boundaries, even when others resist. Especially when others resist. Because their resistance is actually showing you where the boundaries need to be strongest. You're changing, and that's exactly what you need to be doing. Don't let their discomfort with your change stop you from changing. Their resistance is not a sign you're doing something wrong. It's a sign you're doing something different, something better. Something that prioritizes you for once. Keep going. Keep changing. Keep choosing rest. The right people will stay. The right relationships will evolve. And the ones that can't handle you having boundaries were never meant to last anyway. You deserve better. You've always deserved better. And now you're finally choosing it. Don't let their resistance convince you to stop. It doesn't announce itself. There's no trumpet, no dramatic revelation. You just open your eyes and something feels ... different. Not dramatically different. Not like you're suddenly healed or transformed or a completely new person, but different enough to notice. Different enough that you pause before getting out of bed and think, wait, what is this? And it takes you a moment to identify it because it's been so long since you felt it. So long since this was your morning experience instead of the exhaustion you've come to expect. You feel ... rested. Actually rested. Not perfectly rested. Not like you could run a marathon or work all day without fatigue, but rested enough that getting up doesn't feel like an insurmountable task. Rested enough that you're not already tired before your day even begins. And it's strange. It's so strange that at first you're suspicious of it. You wait for the exhaustion to show up to prove that this is temporary, a fluke, something that will evaporate as soon as you actually try to do anything. But it doesn't. You get up and your body moves differently, not easily, exactly, but without the heaviness you're used to carrying, without the sense that every movement costs more than it should. You go through your morning routine and you're present for it. Actually present, not just going through the motions while your mind is somewhere else. Not just tolerating the necessities before you can have coffee and try to wake up properly, but actually there, in your body, in your morning, in your life. And you realize this is what other people feel like. This is what they mean when they talk about mornings. This is the baseline they're operating from, the state they consider normal. And you've been so far from it for so long that you forgot it was possible. You have energy, not abundant energy, not endless energy, but enough. Enough to do what needs to be done without depleting yourself. Enough to engage with your day instead of just surviving it. Enough to feel like a person instead of an exhausted shell of a person. And it's not just physical. Something in your mind feels different too, clearer. Less foggy, like someone turned up the brightness on your thoughts, sharpened the edges of your awareness. You can think without it feeling like work. You can focus without it requiring heroic effort. You can be here in this moment without part of you already planning when you can next lie down, when you can next rest, when this day will finally be over so you can stop. You're not thinking about rest because you don't desperately need it. You're not rationing your energy because you actually have some. You're not already exhausted because you actually slept. Actually restored, actually gave your body what it needed, and you realize this is what you've been working toward. This is what all the rest, all the boundaries, all the saying no has been for. Not some distant perfect state of complete healing, but this normal morning, this ordinary energy, this simple ability to be present in your own life, and it makes you want to cry because you didn't know. You didn't know that this was possible for you. You didn't know that you could feel like this. You thought exhaustion was just your reality, your baseline, the price of being you. But it wasn't. It was the price of not resting. It was the result of depleting yourself day after day, year after year, without ever giving yourself a chance to restore. It was what happened when you treated your body like a machine, instead of a living system that needs care. And now that you've rested, really rested, consistently rested, made rest a priority instead of an afterthought, now you re-feeling what your body is actually capable of when it's not running on empty. And it's not perfect, it's not superhuman, but it's so much better than what you were experiencing, so much more alive. So much more like actually living instead of just surviving. You want to protect this. You want to guard this fragile new state like something precious, because you know how easily you could slip back, how quickly the old patterns could reassert themselves, how tempting it might be to start pushing again now that you have energy to push with. But you also know that's what got you here in the first place. Pushing, using energy as soon as you had it. Never letting yourself fully restore because you were always spending whatever you'd managed to accumulate. So you make a promise to yourself, right there, in this different morning, in this moment of actually feeling rested. You promise that you won't go back, that you won't let yourself return to that state of constant exhaustion, that you'll protect this rest, this energy, this ability to be present in your life. You promise that you'll keep prioritizing rest, that you'll keep saying no when you need to, that you'll keep honoring your limits even when you feel better, even when you have more energy, even when the old voice in your head says you should be able to do more now. Because having more energy doesn't mean you should use all of it. Having capacity doesn't mean you should fill it completely. Feeling better doesn't mean you've fixed something that can now be ignored again. This rest is maintenance, not a cure. This energy is a gift from taking care of yourself, not permission to stop taking care of yourself. This morning is a glimpse of what's possible when you consistently honor your needs, not a signal that you don't need to honor them anymore. So you carry this feeling with you, this different morning, this sense of being rested. You carry it as evidence, proof that rest works, proof that your body can restore, proof that you don't have to live exhausted forever. You carry it as motivation, as reminder of what you're protecting when you say no, as justification for the boundaries you're setting, the relationships you're changing, the old patterns you're refusing to return to. You carry it as hope, as the promise that this can be your normal if you keep choosing rest. That this can be your baseline if you keep prioritizing yourself. That this is what life can feel like when you're not constantly depleted. And you hold it gently because you know it's fragile. You know that one day of rest doesn't undo years of exhaustion. You know that you'll have bad days again, tired days, days when the exhaustion returns and you wonder if you're slipping backward. But you also know something you didn't know before. You know that rest is possible, that restoration is real, that your body can heal when you give it what it needs. You know that this different morning is not a fluke, it's a result. A direct result of the choices you've been making, the boundaries you've been setting, the rest you've been prioritizing. And if you made it happen once, you can make it happen again. You can keep choosing rest. You can keep honoring your limits. You can keep creating the conditions for mornings like this. Mornings where you wake up and feel different. Where you have energy, where you're present, where you're actually living instead of just surviving. That's possible for you. This morning proves it. And you can have more mornings like this if you keep doing what you've been doing. If you keep choosing yourself, if you keep resting. So you carry this morning with you as proof, as promise, as motivation, and you keep going. keep resting, keep choosing yourself, keep creating the conditions for more mornings like this. Because this is what you deserve. This is what's possible. This is what life can feel like when you actually take care of yourself. And now that you know, now that you've VA felt it, you can never quite go back to believing that exhaustion is inevitable, because you have proof that it's not. You have evidence that another way is possible, and that changes everything. You've been so angry at yourself for so long. Angry that you let it get this bad. Angry that you didn't recognize the exhaustion sooner. Angry that you kept pushing when you should have stopped. Angry that you wasted so many years being tired when you could have been resting. Angry that you didn't know better, didn't do better, didn't choose better. Angry at yourself for all the ways you failed to take care of yourself, all the times you ignored your body's signals, all the moments when you chose performance over well-being, and underneath the anger is shame. The deep, quiet shame of having been the one doing this to yourself. The shame of knowing that no one forced you to keep going, that you were your own taskmaster, your own harshest critic, your own relentless driver toward depletion. You can't blame anyone else. Not really. Yes, the world demanded things from you. Yes, people expected you to be strong. Yes, the culture taught you that rest is weakness. But ultimately, you were the one who internalized those messages. You were the one who refused to rest. You were the one who kept pushing yourself past your limits. And that's hard to forgive, because if it was your fault, if you were the one doing this to yourself, then what does that say about you? That you don't love yourself, that you don't value yourself, that you're willing to destroy yourself to meet external expectations. And maybe all of that is true in some way. Maybe you haven't loved yourself the way you should have. Maybe you haven't valued yourself enough to protect yourself. Maybe you have been willing to sacrifice your well-being for others' approval. But understanding why doesn't make the shame go away. It doesn't erase the anger at yourself. It doesn't undo the years of self-inflicted exhaustion. And you keep thinking, if only I had known, if only I had understood sooner, if only I had started resting earlier, then maybe I wouldn't have lost so many years. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten this depleted. Maybe I wouldn't have damaged my body in ways that might not fully heal. But you didn't know. You didn't understand. You didn't start sooner. And beating yourself up about it now doesn't change anything. It just adds more suffering to the suffering you've already experienced. So maybe it's time for something different. Maybe it's time to stop being angry at yourself for not knowing things you weren't taught. For not doing things you weren't shown how to do. For not being better at something everyone told you didn't matter. Maybe it's time to forgive yourself. Not because you don't deserve the anger, not because what you did to yourself is okay, but because carrying anger and shame along with exhaustion is too much. Because you can't heal while you're simultaneously punishing yourself for needing to heal. Forgiveness doesn't mean what you did was right. It doesn't mean you don't wish you'd done things differently. It doesn't mean there are no consequences, no damage, no years lost that you'll never get back. Forgiveness just means, I'm putting this down now. I'm releasing myself from the obligation to keep punishing myself for past failures. I'm choosing to move forward without carrying this anger and shame. Because what else is there? What else can you do except forgive yourself and try to do better from here? You can't go back. You can't undo the exhaustion. You can't reclaim the years you spent depleted. You can only start now. Start with forgiveness. Start with compassion for yourself. Start with the understanding that you were doing your best with what you knew, with what you'd been taught, with what you believed about rest and worth and value. You believed that your worth was conditional on your productivity. You believed that rest was weakness. You believed that you had to earn the right to take care of yourself, and those beliefs led you to deplete yourself. But those beliefs weren't your fault. You absorbed them from a culture that teaches them, from a family system that modeled them, from a world that rewards pushing through and punishes slowing down. You internalized lies, and then you lived according to those lies, and those lies hurt you, but you didn't create the lies. You just believed them like most people believe them, like you were taught to believe them. And now you're unlearning them. Now you're questioning them. Now you're choosing differently. And that's hard enough without also carrying the weight of anger at yourself for having believed them in the first place. So forgive yourself. Forgive yourself for not knowing sooner. Forgive yourself for not doing better earlier. Forgive yourself for the years you spent exhausted because you thought that what you had to do to be worthy of love, acceptance, belonging. Forgive yourself for being human, for being influenced by your environment, for learning the lessons you were taught, for doing what you thought you were supposed to do. Forgive yourself for hurting yourself, not because it was okay to do, but because continuing to punish yourself for it doesn't help, doesn't heal, doesn't change anything except to add more pain to pain. You need your own compassion right now. You need your own gentleness. You need to treat yourself the way you treat someone you love who has been through what you've been through. You'd tell them you didn't know you were doing your best. You were taught things that were untrue and you believed them because you didn't have reason not to. And now you know better, and now you're doing better. And that's what matters. You tell them you're allowed to forgive yourself. You're allowed to let go of the anger and shame. You're allowed to move forward without carrying the weight of past mistakes. You tell them you're learning, you're growing, you're changing. And that's enough. That's more than enough. That's everything. So tell yourself that. Extend to yourself the compassion you'd extend to others. Give yourself the grace you'd give to anyone else in your situation. You made mistakes. You hurt yourself. You spent years doing things that depleted you, and you wish you hadn't. You wish you'd known better, done better, chosen better, but you didn't, and that's okay. Not okay in the sense that it was good, but okay in the sense that you're allowed to be imperfect. You're allowed to have made mistakes. You're allowed to have hurt yourself out of ignorance and still deserve forgiveness. You deserve forgiveness. You've always deserved forgiveness. Not just from others, but from yourself. especially from yourself. Forgiveness. So forgive yourself. Release yourself. Let go of the anger and shame that have been weighing you down alongside the exhaustion. Forgive yourself for not resting sooner. Forgive yourself for the years you lost. Forgive yourself for believing lies about your worth. Forgive yourself for hurting yourself because you didn't know there was another way. You know now. You're doing better now, and that's what matters. Not what you did before, but what you're doing now. Now you're resting. Now you're choosing yourself. Now you're learning to listen to your body instead of overriding it. That's growth. That's healing. That's change. And it's only possible if you forgive yourself for what came before. If you release the anger and shame. If you choose compassion instead of punishment. So choose compassion. Choose forgiveness. Choose to move forward without carrying the weight of self-directed anger. Choose to heal without simultaneously punishing yourself for needing to heal. You deserve that. You've always deserved that. And now, finally, you're giving it to yourself. Compassion, grace, for yourself, from yourself, because you deserve it. Because you need it. Because healing requires it. Forgive yourself, let it go, move forward. That's the work. That's what makes change possible. That's what allows you to actually heal instead of just cycling through exhaustion and self-punishment forever. Forgive yourself. You deserve it. You've always deserved it. And now, finally, you're ready to give it. You're having to figure out who you are when you're not constantly achieving, producing, performing, and it's disorienting because for your entire life, your identity has been built on what you do, what you accomplish, what you contribute, how useful you are, how much you can handle. You were the capable one, the strong one. The one who gets things done. The one who never breaks, never falters, never needs to be taken care of because they're always the one taking care of everyone else. And that identity felt solid, felt real, felt like something you could count on. When everything else was uncertain, at least you knew who you were. You were the person who could handle anything, except you couldn't. Your body proved that. Your exhaustion proved that. Your inability to keep performing proved that the identity you'd built was unsustainable, was destroying you, was never as solid as you thought it was. So now you're rebuilding. Trying to figure out who you are when you're not defined by your capability, when you're not measured by your productivity, when your worth isn't determined by how much you can do for others. And it's scary, because what if there's nothing there? What if you've been so focused on doing that, you never developed a sense of being that? What if the performance was all there was, and now that the performance has stopped, you're just empty? But you're not empty. You're discovering that slowly. You're finding that there are parts of you that have nothing to do with achievement. Parts that have been waiting, quietly, patiently, for you to stop doing long enough to notice them. You're funny, not in a performative way, not in an entertaining others way, but in a genuine way. You notice absurdities. You see humor in situations. You have a particular way of looking at the world that makes things slightly skewed, slightly strange, slightly amusing. You've always been funny, but you never identified as funny. Because being funny didn't feel productive enough, useful enough, worthy enough to be part of your core identity. You're sensitive, deeply sensitive. You feel things intensely. You notice things others miss. You're affected by beauty, by sadness, by the emotional undercurrents of situations. You have this capacity for depth, for feeling, for being moved by the world. You've always been sensitive, but you hid it because sensitivity felt like weakness, because being affected by things meant being vulnerable, because depth was less valued than capability. You're creative. Not necessarily in an artistic sense, though maybe that too. But creative in how you think, how you problem solve, how you see connections between things. You have an imagination. You wonder about things. You ask questions that don't have practical answers. You've always been creative. But you channeled it all into productivity, into finding creative solutions to work problems, into being innovatively useful. You never let yourself be creative just for the sake of being creative, because that felt like wasting time. You're curious, genuinely curious about the world, about people, about ideas. You want to learn things just because they're interesting, not because they're useful. You want to understand how things work, why people do what they do, what it all means. You've always been curious. But you suppressed it because curiosity without purpose felt indulgent. Because learning things that didn't contribute to your capability felt frivolous. Because wondering about the world was less important than producing in the world. You're kind, not just helpful, you've always been helpful, but kind in a deeper way. You care about people. You want them to be okay. You feel genuine compassion for suffering. You have this impulse toward gentleness, toward understanding, toward holding space for others' humanity. You've always been kind, but you expressed it through doing, through helping, fixing, solving. You never just let yourself be kind without it being productive. You never just sat with someone without trying to make their problem better. All these parts of you, the funny, the sensitive, the creative, the curious, the kind, they've been there all along. You just never let them be enough. You just never let them define you. You just never built an identity around them because they weren't about doing. They were about being. And being didn't feel valuable enough. But being is everything. Being is who you are underneath all the doing. Being is the core of you that exists whether or not you're being productive, useful, helpful, capable. Being is the you that remains when the performance ends. And being is enough. It's always been enough. It just didn't feel enough because you were taught that worth comes from doing. That value comes from achievement, that identity should be built on capability. But that's not true. Those are lies. Useful lies, maybe, for a capitalist system that needs productive workers. But lies nonetheless. Your worth doesn't come from what you do. It comes from who you are. And who you are is so much more than what you've been allowing yourself to be. You're not just capable. You're also funny, sensitive, creative, curious, kind, You're thoughtful, you're complex, you're interesting, not because of what you achieve, but because of how you think, how you feel, how you see the world. You have perspectives, you have opinions, you have preferences that have nothing to do with efficiency or productivity. You like certain things not because they're useful, but just because you like them. You're drawn to certain experiences, certain ideas, certain ways of being that have nothing to do with accomplishment. You're a person, a full, complex, multifaceted person, not just a producer, not just an achiever, not just a body that performs tasks, but a consciousness, an awareness, a being that exists and has value just by virtue of existing, and building an identity around that, around being instead of doing, feels revolutionary. Feels like finally allowing yourself to be human instead of trying to be a productive machine. It's uncomfortable because this new identity is less solid, less measurable, less provable. You can't point to being funny or sensitive or creative and say, "Look what I accomplished." You can't measure being, you can't produce evidence of your worth by just existing. But you can feel it. You can experience it. You can know in some deep place that you're enough even when you're not doing anything, that you matter even when you're not achieving, that you're valuable even when you're resting. That knowing is fragile. It wavers. Some days you believe it, and some days you don't. Some days you feel solid in this new identity, and some days you panic and want to go back to defining yourself by what you do because at least that felt certain. But you keep practicing, keep reinforcing this new way of understanding yourself. Keep reminding yourself that you're more than what you do. That being is enough. That you don't have to constantly prove your worth through achievement. You're building a new identity, one that's rooted in being instead of doing. One that includes all the parts of you that have nothing to do with productivity. One that's big enough to hold your complexity, your depth, your full humanity, and it's slow, and it's uncertain, and it's uncomfortable, but it's also more true, more authentic, more sustainable. More you than any identity built on performance could ever be. You're not what you do. You're who you are, and who you are is enough, has always been enough, will always be enough, even when you're not doing anything, even when you're just being, even when you're resting. You're still you. Still valuable, still worthy, still enough. That's your new identity, not the capable one, not the strong one. Just you, in all your complexity, in all your humanity, in all your enoughness. And that's everything. That's all you need to be. Just you. Finally, fully, honestly you. No one throws you a parade when you finally start choosing yourself. There's no celebration when you say no for the first time. No applause when you prioritize rest over productivity. No recognition when you set boundaries, when you stop performing, when you finally put yourself first. It happens quietly. In small moments, in decisions that no one else sees, in choices that feel insignificant but that are actually revolutionary. You wake up tired and instead of pushing through, you call in sick. You cancel plans because you need time alone. You say no to a request even though saying yes would make someone happy. You rest even though you haven't earned it. These moments don't look like much. They don't feel heroic. They feel small, maybe selfish, definitely uncomfortable. They feel like disappointing people, like letting people down, like failing to be who everyone expects you to be. But they're not failure. They're triumph, quiet triumph. The triumph of finally choosing yourself after a lifetime of choosing everyone else. The triumph of honoring your needs even when it's unpopular. The triumph of believing that you matter enough to protect. And no one sees it. No one knows how hard it was to make that choice. No one understands the internal battle you fought to prioritize yourself. No one recognizes that what looks like a small decision was actually a massive shift in how you relate to yourself and the world. Because the triumph is internal. It's not about external validation. It's not about others recognizing your growth. It's about you knowing, in some deep place, that you finally chose yourself, that you finally believed you were worth choosing. And that knowing is enough. That knowing is everything. That knowing is what makes it possible to keep choosing yourself even when no one's celebrating it, even when people are disappointed, even when it would be easier to go back to the old patterns. You chose yourself, and you'll choose yourself again tomorrow. And the day after that. And slowly, choice by choice, you rebuilding a life that's built around your actual well-being instead of around everyone else's expectations. That's the triumph, not a dramatic transformation, not a sudden healing, not a moment where everything changed, but these quiet, repeated choices to honor yourself, to listen to your body, to respect your limits, to believe that you're worth caring for. You're doing it, you're actually doing it. And even though no one's celebrating, even though there's no external recognition, even though it doesn't look impressive from the outside, you know it. You know what this means. You know how far you've come. You know that these small choices are actually the biggest thing you've ever done. You're choosing yourself, finally. And that's everything. There's a moment when you realize you're not holding your breath anymore. You don't know exactly when it happened. You didn't notice it stopping. You just suddenly become aware that your chest is relaxed, that your breathing is full and easy, that you're not unconsciously bracing yourself against the next thing, the next demand, the next crisis. And it startles you, this realization, because holding your breath metaphorically, physically, emotionally, has been your default state for so long that you forgot there was another way to be. You've been braced, always braced, shoulders tensed, jaw clenched, ready for impact, ready for disappointment, ready for things to go wrong. Ready to spring into action, to fix things, to handle whatever comes because handling is what you do. Being ready is who you are. Except now, in this moment, you're not ready. You're not braced. You're just ... here, present, breathing, and nothing bad is happening. The vigilance is softening. Not gone, it might never be fully gone, but softer, less constant, less exhausting, less all-consuming. You can sit in a room without scanning for exits. You can be in conversation without monitoring every word, every facial expression, every shift in tone. You can experience a moment without simultaneously preparing for how it might go wrong. And it feels strange, uncomfortable almost. Because vigilance has been your companion for so long. It's been the thing that kept you safe, or at least the thing you believed kept you safe. And now it's loosening its grip, and part of you panics because what will keep you safe now? But another part of you, a deeper part, a wiser part, knows that the vigilance was never keeping you safe. It was just keeping you exhausted. It was just keeping you from ever fully being present. It was just keeping you from experiencing your life because you were too busy monitoring it, managing it, preparing for it to be difficult. And now that it's softening, you rediscovering what it feels like to actually be in your life, instead of constantly hovering above it, watching it, ready to intervene. It feels like peace. Real peace. Not the performance of peace. Not the temporary absence of crisis. But actual, embodied, nervous system level peace. Your body feels different. Lighter, somehow like you've been carrying a weight you did unknow you were carrying, and someone finally took it off your shoulders. Your muscles are softer, your breath is deeper, your sleep is ... actual sleep, not that half-awake state where you're monitoring your dreams for threats. Your mind feels different too, quieter, less crowded with worst-case scenarios and contingency plans and constant assessment of danger levels. You can think about things without immediately jumping to what could go wrong. You can plan without obsessively preparing for every possible failure. You can just be present, here, without the exhausting overlay of vigilance telling you to stay alert, stay ready, stay prepared. And people notice, they comment that you seem different, calmer, more relaxed, more present, and you aren't quite know how to explain that you not different, you just finally not performing constant alertness. You're just finally allowing yourself to not be ready all the time. But explaining it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're experiencing it. This softening, this easing, this gradual release of the tension you've been holding for so long, you thought it was just part of your body, part of your personality, part of who you fundamentally are. Turns out, vigilance wasn't who you are. It was just a strategy you learned, a pattern you developed. A response to circumstances that maybe once required it, but that don't require it anymore, or never required it as much as you thought they did, and now you're unlearning it, slowly, imperfectly, with setbacks and moments where the vigilance returns full force and you remember exactly how exhausting it is to live that way. But those moments are getting less frequent, less intense, less all-consuming, and in between them, there's this new thing, peace. Actual embodied, nervous system level peace. It's not constant, it's not perfect, it's not the absence of all stress or difficulty or challenge, but it's different from vigilance. It's the ability to experience stress without becoming stress. To encounter difficulty without believing you have to be ready for catastrophe. To face challenges without preemptively exhausting yourself, preparing for the worst possible outcome. It's trust. Trust that you can handle things as they come without having to prepare for every possibility. Trust that you are capable enough to respond to actual problems without having to be prepared for imaginary ones. Trust that you'll be okay even if you're not constantly watching for danger, and that trust is fragile. It's new. It wavers. Some days you believe it, and some days you don't. Some days the vigilance softens, and some days it returns in full force, and you can't remember what peace felt like. But you keep practicing. Keep choosing to soften instead of brace. Keep reminding yourself that you don't have to be ready all the time. Keep allowing yourself to be present instead of constantly preparing. And slowly, the peace becomes more frequent, more familiar, more like your default state instead of a rare exception. You relearning what your nervous system has been trying to tell you all along. You safe. Safe enough anyway. Safe enough that you don't need constant vigilance. Safe enough that you can soften. Safe enough that you can breathe all the way down and let your shoulders drop and be here without being ready. And in that learning, in that gradual softening, there's something like grace. The grace of finally being allowed to rest. The grace of discovering that you can be present without being vigilant. The grace of experiencing peace not as something you have to achieve, but as something that emerges. When you finally stop trying so hard to control everything, the vigilance is softening, and in its place there's peace. Real, actual, embodied peace. Not perfect, not constant, but real, and yours. And finally accessible. You're not holding your breath anymore. You're breathing, fully, deeply, all the way down, and it feels like coming home, like finally arriving at a place you've been traveling toward your whole life without knowing where you were going. You're here, present, breathing, at peace, and it's everything you've been looking for, everything you've needed, everything you've deserved all along. The vigilance is softening. And the peace is here. Finally here. Finally yours. Finally possible. You're building something new. Something that didn't exist before. Something you didn't even know was possible. You're building a life that's actually sustainable, a life that doesn't require you to deplete yourself. It's a life structured around what your body can actually handle, instead of around what you think you should be able to handle. And it looks different than you expected, different than the life you had before, different than the life you thought you were supposed to want. It's smaller in some ways. You do less, you commit to less, you're available less. You've cut things out, obligations, relationships, activities that were draining you. You've said no more times in the past few months than you said no in the previous decade. And it feels strange. Like you're underachieving, like you're not living up to your potential, like you're settling for less than what you're capable of. But you're not settling. You're being realistic. You're re-honoring your actual capacity instead of living according to some imaginary capacity that you should have but do not. You rebuilding a life that your actual body can actually sustain instead of a life that looks impressive but requires you to be constantly exhausted. Because that old life, the busy life, the impressive life, it wasn't sustainable. It wasn't sustainable. It looked good from the outside. It got praise, admiration, recognition, but it was destroying you from the inside. It was requiring more than you had to give. It was borrowing from a future that would never have surplus to pay back the debt. So you're rebuilding. You're creating structures that work for you instead of against you. You're establishing rhythms that include rest instead of treating rest as an afterthought. You redesigning a life that accounts for your actual needs instead of pretending those needs don't exist. You're working less. Not necessarily fewer hours, though maybe that too, but with less intensity. With more breaks, with boundaries around when you're available and when you're not. With the understanding that your worth isn't determined by your productivity, you're socializing differently. Seeing fewer people, declining invitations more often. Choosing quality over quantity. Protecting your energy by being selective about who gets access to you and when. You're resting more regularly, proactively, before you're completely depleted. You're scheduling rest into your life the way you used to schedule obligations. You retreating rest as non-negotiable instead of as something you'll get to if there's time left over. You're moving more gently through the world, not rushing as much. Not pushing as hard, not trying to do 3 things at once, just doing one thing at a time, being present for it, and then moving to the next thing when you ready instead of when you supposed to be ready. And it's not perfect. You still overcommit sometimes. You still push too hard. You still fall back into old patterns of trying to do too much and ending up exhausted. But you notice it faster now. You course correct sooner. You don't let yourself get as depleted before you step back and reassess. You're developing a felt sense of your limits and learning to honor them before you exceed them. You're learning what sustainability feels like, and it feels like having enough, not abundant energy, not endless capacity, just enough. Enough to meet your obligations and still have something left for yourself. Enough to do what matters and still have energy to rest. Enough to be present for your life instead of just surviving it. And enough is a revelation, because you've spent your whole life believing that enough wasn't enough, that you needed to push harder, do more, be more capable, that anything less than exceeding your capacity was underachieving. But enough is actually perfect. Enough means you're living at a pace your body can sustain. Enough means you're not borrowing from tomorrow to get through today. Enough means you're building a life that doesn't require you to deplete yourself. And this life, this smaller, quieter, more boundaried life, it's better, not more impressive, not more accomplished, not more admirable from the outside, but better for you, more sustainable. More aligned with your actual capacity, more honest about your actual needs, You're not doing less because you're lazy. You're redoing less because doing less is what allows you to be present for what you are doing. You're not saying no because you don't care. You're saying no because saying no protects your ability to say yes to what truly matters. You're not resting more because you're weak. You're resting more because rest is what makes everything else possible. Rest is what restores you. Rest is what allows you to keep going without depleting yourself into nothing. This is what sustainability looks like. It's not glamorous. It's not impressive. It's just ... sustainable, livable, possible to maintain without destroying yourself. And you're discovering that sustainable is enough. That lovable is actually quite good. That a life you can maintain is better than a life that looks impressive but requires constant depletion. You're building something new, something that works for you, something that honors your body, your limits, your needs. Something that doesn't require to be more than you are or to give more than you have. You're building a sustainable life, and it's the best thing you've ever built. Not because it's impressive, but because it's actually possible. It's actually livable. It's actually yours in a way that old life never was. This is your life now, smaller in some ways, quieter, more boundaried, but also more present, more genuine, more actually lived instead of just survived. And it's enough. It's more than enough. It's everything. You're learning to breathe differently. Not the shallow breathing you've been doing for years. The breathing that stays in your upper chest. The breathing that never quite fills your lungs. The breathing of someone who's always slightly holding their breath, waiting for the next thing. But real breathing, deep breathing. The kind that goes all the way down to your belly. The kind that expands your ribcage. The kind that actually oxygenates your body instead of just keeping you minimally alive. You didn't realize you weren't breathing properly. You didn't notice that you were taking these small, shallow sips of air instead of full breaths. You thought everyone breathed this way. You thought the slight sense of suffocation was just normal, just how breathing feels. But it's not. It's what breathing feels like when your nervous system is stuck in vigilance. When your body is braced, when you're unconsciously preparing for danger. When you're holding yourself tight against the world. And now you're learning to let go, to soften, to allow your breath to go deeper. To actually fill your lungs instead of just keeping them partially inflated. And it's strange. At first, breathing deeply feels wrong. It feels vulnerable, like you're letting your guard down, like you're making yourself soft and unprotected. Your body resists it. You take a deep breath and halfway through you catch yourself. You stop. You return to the shallow breathing that feels safer, even though it's not actually safe. It's just familiar. But you keep practicing. You keep intentionally breathing deeper. You keep reminding yourself that deep breathing is not weakness. It's not vulnerability. It's just breathing. It's just giving your body what it needs. And slowly, gradually, deep breathing becomes more natural. Your body starts to remember that this is how breathing is supposed to work. Your nervous system starts to get the message that it's safe to breathe, safe to soften, safe to let go of the constant bracing. And when you breathe deeply, really deeply, all the way down, something shifts. Your whole body responds. Your shoulders drop. Your jaw unclenches. Your belly softens. Your mind quiets. Deep breathing tells your nervous system, we're safe. There's no emergency. We can rest. We don't need to be ready for anything. We can just be here, breathing, alive. And your nervous system believes it. Not all at once. Not perfectly, but more and more, breath by breath, your body is learning that deep breathing is safe, that softening is okay, that you don't have to hold yourself tight all the time. You start noticing when you're not breathing deeply. You catch yourself holding shallow breath and you consciously deepen it. You use breath as a tool when you're anxious, when you're stressed. When you feel yourself starting to brace, you breathe deeply, intentionally, all the way down, and it helps. It actually helps. Not perfectly, not magically, but genuinely. Deep breathing calms you, grounds you, brings you back to your body, reminds you that you're here, you're safe, you're okay. You're learning that breath is not just automatic, it's a practice. It's something you can choose, something you can use, something that connects you to your body in a way that thinking never quite can. When you're in your head spinning, worrying, planning, analyzing, breath brings you back to your body. Back to the present moment, back to the simple, fundamental fact of being alive, being here, being exactly this. And sometimes, when you're breathing deeply, really deeply, with your whole body relaxed and open, you feel something like joy, not dramatic joy, not excitement or happiness, but quiet joy, the joy of being alive, the joy of having a body that breathes. The joy of being here in this moment, experiencing this. It's a small joy, easy to miss, easy to dismiss as nothing. But it's real. It's yours. And it's available to you every time you breathe, every time you soften, every time you let your breath go all the way down. You're relearning something you knew as a baby, something you forgot when you learned to hold yourself tight, something you're remembering now as you learn to soften, to trust, to breathe. Your body knows how to breathe. Your body has always known. It's just been waiting for you to let it. Waiting for you to stop holding so tight. Waiting for you to believe it's safe enough to breathe deeply. And now you're letting it. You're allowing it. You're giving your body permission to breathe the way it's meant to breathe. Deep, full, all the way down, filling every part of you, oxygenating every cell, telling every part of your system, we're okay, we're safe, we can rest, and your body responds. With softness, with relaxation, with the gradual unwinding of tension you've held for so long you forgot it was tension. You're breathing. Really breathing, and it's changing everything. Not all at once, not dramatically, but steadily, consistently, breath by breath. You're here, you're breathing, and that's enough. That's everything. That's the foundation of all the rest. Breathe deep, all the way down. Let it fill you. Let it soften you. Let it remind you that you're alive, you're here, you're safe enough to breathe. That's the practice. That's the work. That's what makes everything else possible. Breathe. Just breathe. All the way down, again and again. Your body is starting to believe you, starting to trust that when you say you'll rest, you actually will. Starting to relax its protective mechanisms because maybe, finally, you're actually going to take care of it. It's been waiting for this. For years. For decades. Your body has been sending signals. I'm tired. I need rest. I can't keep going like this. And you've been ignoring them, overriding them, pushing through them as if they don't matter. So your body stopped trusting you. It learned that its signals don't matter, that you're going to push regardless of what it needs. That asking for rest is pointless because rest never comes. So it developed other strategies. It started forcing rest through illness, through pain, through exhaustion so profound you literally couldn't continue. If you wouldn't rest voluntarily, your body would make you rest involuntarily, and you resented it. You thought your body was betraying you. You thought it was weak, unreliable, failing you at the worst possible times. But it wasn't betraying you. It was protecting you. It was doing the only thing it could do when you wouldn't listen. It was forcing the rest you refused to take voluntarily. And now you're finally listening. You're finally responding to the signals before they become emergencies. You're finally resting before your body has to force you to rest. And your body is cautious. It doesn't trust you yet. Not completely. It's been disappointed too many times. It's learned that you can't be relied on to follow through on taking care of it. So it tests you. It sends signals. I'm tired, and waits to see what you'll do. Will you ignore it like you used to? Will you push through, like always, or will you actually rest? And when you rest, when you actually honor the signal, when you actually stop before you're forced to stop, your body notices it. It pays attention. It thinks, oh, maybe this time is different. Maybe this time they're actually going to listen. But it doesn't trust fully, not yet. So it keeps testing. It keeps sending signals. It keeps waiting to see if you'll follow through, if you'll keep prioritizing rest even when it's inconvenient, if you'll keep honoring its needs even when external demands are pressuring you to ignore them. And you do. Not perfectly, not every time, but more often than before, more consistently than your body has come to expect. You rest when you're tired. You stop when you're depleted. You honor the signals instead of overriding them. And slowly, gradually, your body starts to trust you. Starts to believe that maybe it's safe to send signals now. That maybe you'll actually respond. That maybe it doesn't have to force rest through crisis because you'll take rest proactively. And as trust builds, things change. Your body doesn't have to work as hard to protect you. It doesn't have to create dramatic symptoms to get your attention. It doesn't have to force rest through illness because you're taking rest before you get sick. The chronic pain starts to ease. The mysterious ailments start to resolve. The constant state of feeling terrible starts to lift. Not all at once, not completely, but noticeably, significantly. Because your body isn't fighting you anymore. It's working with you. It's using its energy for healing and restoration instead of for creating symptoms dramatic enough to make you stop. Your body is on your side. It's always been on your side. It's been trying to protect you, to take care of you, to keep you alive and functional even when you were refusing to take care of it. And now you're taking care of it, finally, and your body is responding with healing, with ease. With the gradual return of capacity you thought you'd lost forever. You're not young anymore. You can't undo all the damage. You can't reclaim all the years of depletion, but you can stop making it worse. You can start making it better. You can give your body the rest and care it needs to heal whatever is healable. And your body wants to heal. It's designed to heal. It's been waiting for the opportunity to heal. And now that you're finally providing that opportunity, now that you're finally resting, finally honoring its needs, finally treating it as something precious instead of something to be used up, it's healing. Not perfectly, not completely, not back to some imaginary pre-exhaustion state, but healing nonetheless, restoring, recovering what's recoverable, adapting to what's not. Your body is resilient, more resilient than you gave it credit for. It's been keeping you alive despite your refusal to take care of it. Imagine what it can do now that you're actually cooperating, now that you're actually listening, now that you're actually on the same team, you and your body, finally working together instead of against each other. Finally aligned in the goal of sustainability instead of locked in a battle over rest. Your body is starting to trust you, and you're starting to trust your body. Trust its signals. Trust its wisdom. Trust that it knows what it needs and that when it tells you, it's worth listening. This is what it feels like to be embodied, to be integrated. To be a whole person instead of a mind trying to control a body, forcing it to perform, ignoring its needs. You're here, in your body, listening to it, honoring it, taking care of it, and your body is responding with trust, with healing. With the gradual return of ease, you're finally on the same side. You and your body. Finally, teammates. Finally, allies. Finally, working together toward the shared goal of being okay, being sustainable, being alive in a way that doesn't require constant depletion. Your body is trusting you. Don't let it down. Keep listening. Keep resting. Keep honoring the signals. Keep proving that this time is different. That this time you're actually going to follow through. Your body has been waiting, and now, finally, you're showing up. And that's everything. That's what makes healing possible. That's what makes sustainability real. You and your body. Together. Finally. Trust building. Healing happening. Rest becoming real. Some relationships didn't survive you changing. You knew they wouldn't. You grieved them and you let them go. But others surprised you. Others adapted. Others evolved into something deeper, more real, more sustainable than they were before. These are the relationships that survived your honesty, that survived you setting boundaries, that survived you saying I can't and I need and I am not okay. And they're different now. Better, more real, more reciprocal, more actual relationships instead of transactions where you give and they take. Your best friend, the one you thought would be supportive but were unsure, she not only supported you, she thanked you, said she'd been wanting to set boundaries too but didn't know how, said watching you do it gave her permission to do it too, and now you actually see each other. Not just you showing up for her crises while pretending you don't have any, but both of you showing up for each other. Both of you being honest, both of you being human instead of performed versions of yourselves. Your sister, you thought she'd judge you for needing rest, thought she'd see it as weakness, but instead she said, finally, said she's been worried about you, said she's glad you're taking care of yourself, said she wishes she could do the same, and now you talk differently, more honestly, about the hard things, about the struggles neither of you used to admit to. About the pressure you both feel and how exhausting it is to pretend you refine all the time. Your partner, if you have one, this was the scariest relationship to change. Because so much was at stake. Because the dynamic was so established. Because admitting you need things felt like admitting you've been lying about who you are. But they stayed. They adjusted. They learned to see you as someone who needs instead of just someone who gives. They learned to support you instead of just being supported. They learned to love the real you, the tired you, the human you. And the relationship is better, deeper, more intimate. Because intimacy requires honesty, and you're finally being honest, finally letting yourself be seen, finally trusting that you can be vulnerable and not be abandoned. Not all relationships survived. Some people couldn't adjust, couldn't handle you having boundaries, couldn't love you as someone who needs things. Those relationships ended or faded or changed into something much more surface level, and that hurt, still hurts. You miss some of those people. Miss the version of connection you thought you had, even though it was never actually sustainable. But the relationships that survived, these are gold. These are the real ones. These are the people who can love you as you actually are, instead of as you perform yourself to be. And you protect these relationships. You invest in them. You show up for them not from depletion, but from genuine care. You give to them not because you have to, but because you want to. You're there for them not out of obligation, but out of actual love. And they do the same for you. They ask how you're doing and actually want to know. They offer help and don't make you feel guilty for needing it. They celebrate your boundaries instead of resisting them. They honor your rest instead of trying to interrupt it. These are your people, the ones who stayed, the ones who adjusted, the ones who can handle your honesty, the ones who love you not despite your needs, but including your needs. And you're building a life around these relationships, a life where you can be real, where you can be tired, where you can need things, where you can be exactly who you are, without performing, without pretending, without exhausting yourself to be acceptable. You're learning what real connection feels like, and it feels different from what you thought it would feel like. It's not about being needed, It's not about being indispensable. It's not about being the strong one, the capable one, the one who never breaks. It's about being seen, being known, being loved as exactly who you are, tired, needy, imperfect, human. And that's better. That's so much better. That's what you've been wanting all along, without knowing that's what you wanted. Connection. Real connection. The kind that doesn't require you to perform. The kind that can handle your honesty. The kind that survives boundaries and rest and you finally being human. These relationships, the ones that survived, they're teaching you what love actually is. Not the conditional love you've been settling for, but actual love, the kind that doesn't require you to deplete yourself. The kind that wants you to take care of yourself. The kind that celebrates your boundaries instead of resisting them. You have people. Real people. People who can handle your truth. People who love you not for what you do, but for who you are. People who stayed when you finally started being honest. And that's everything. That's what makes all of this worth it. That's what makes the risk of honesty worth taking. That's what proves that you don't have to perform to be loved. You can be real. You can be tired. You can be needy. You can be exactly yourself. And some people, the right people, your people, they'll love you anyway. They'll love you more. Even they'll love you, finally, truly, for who you actually are. The relationships that survive honesty, these are the ones worth keeping. These are the ones worth investing in. These are the ones that prove you deserve love not for what you do, but for who you are. And who you are is enough, has always been enough. These people see it. They know it. They love you for it. Finally, you're being loved for being you. And it's everything you never knew you needed. You forgot what it feels like to just exist without an audience. For so long, everything you did was performed. Not consciously, not deliberately, but performed nonetheless. You were always aware of how you appeared, always monitoring how you came across, always adjusting yourself to be acceptable, appropriate, the right version for the situation. Even alone, you were performing. Performing for an imaginary audience. Performing for your own internal critic. Performing for the version of yourself you thought you should be. But now, slowly, that's changing. Now you're discovering what it feels like to exist without performing, to be without being seen. To do things just because you want to, not because they contribute to the image you're trying to maintain. You wear comfortable clothes. Not clothes that look good. Just clothes that feel good. Clothes that are soft, familiar, maybe stained or worn, but who cares because you're not trying to impress anyone. You're just trying to be comfortable. You spend time doing nothing. Not productive, nothing. Not rest dash as dash recovery dash so dash you dash can dash work dash more nothing. But actual nothing. Sitting, staring, letting your mind wander. Not scrolling, not consuming content, not filling every moment with input. Just being. Just existing. Just allowing yourself to be bored, unstimulated, unproductive, and it feels strange. Almost uncomfortable. Like you're doing something wrong. like you're wasting time, like you should be doing something, being something, making this moment count for something. But you're not. You're just being. And slowly, it starts to feel good. Starts to feel like relief. Like finally putting down a weight you didn't realize you were carrying. You eat what you want without justifying it. You don't have to earn food through exercise. You don't have to make healthy choices to prove you're disciplined. You just eat what sounds good, what your body wants, what feels right in the moment. You say what you think without rehearsing it first. You don't polish every sentence. You don't worry about sounding smart or impressive or right. You just say what's on your mind and trust that it's enough, that you're enough, that you don't have to perform intelligence or insight or perfect articulation. You let people see you tired, see you unmotivated, see you not at your best. You don't hide the exhaustion. You don't pretend to have energy. You don't have you boo. Just exist as you are. And if that's tired, that's tired. If that's not impressive, that's not impressive. And the surprising thing is, people don't care, or the ones who matter don't care. They're not judging you for being human. They're not disappointed that you're not perfect. They're just ... there, with you, accepting you as you are. And you're discovering that being acceptable doesn't require performance. That being loved doesn't require being perfect. That connection doesn't require you to be constantly impressive. You can just be imperfect, tired, unpolished, human. And that's enough. That's always been enough. You just could unsee it because you were too busy performing to notice that people might love you without the performance. The freedom of not performing is vast. It's the freedom to be tired without apologizing, to be unmotivated without guilt, to be imperfect without shame, to be exactly who you are in any given moment without needing that moment to contribute to some larger narrative about who you're really supposed to be. You're not building a brand. You're not maintaining an image. You're not trying to be consistent, impressive, perfect. You're just being different every day, variable, unpredictable, human. And it's exhausting to stop performing. At first, because performing has been how you navigate the world. It's been your strategy for staying safe, accepted, valued. Letting go of it feels dangerous. Feels like you're making yourself vulnerable to judgment, rejection, abandonment. But you're doing it anyway. You're risking being seen as you are. You're trusting that being real is better than being performed. You re-betting on the possibility that you can be loved for who you are instead of for who you pretend to be. And so far, you're winning that bet. So far, being real is working better than performing ever did. So far, the freedom of not performing is worth more than the safety of performing was. You're just you. Finally, just you. Not the best version. Not the most impressive version. Just you. Exactly as you are. In this moment. Without apology. Without performance. Without trying to be anything other than what you are. And what you are is enough. Tired or energetic. Motivated or unmotivated. Happy or sad. Interesting or boring, impressive or ordinary. All of it is enough. All of it is acceptable. All of it is allowed. You're free, free from the exhausting work of constant performance. Free from the pressure to be consistently impressive. Free from the belief that you have to earn your existence by being better than you are. You can just be. And that's the greatest freedom of all. The freedom to be exactly yourself. The freedom to stop performing. The freedom to exist without an audience. You're here. You're real. You're you. And that's enough. That's everything. That's all you ever needed to be. You're rediscovering joy, not happiness exactly. Not the performed contentment you've been showing the world, but actual joy. Small, unexpected, almost surprising joy. It comes in moments. Small moments. Moments you would have missed before because you were too tired, too preoccupied, too caught up in the exhausting work of just getting through the day. But now you're present enough to notice them, rested enough to feel them, available enough to let them in. The joy of morning coffee when you're actually awake enough to taste it. When you're not just using it as medication to become functional, but actually enjoying it. The warmth of the cup in your hands. The smell. The first sip, the quiet moment before the day begins, the joy of sunlight. Real sunlight on your skin warming you. Not sunlight you're rushing through on your way to somewhere else, but sunlight you're standing in, just standing in, letting it touch you, letting it feel good. The joy of laughing, really laughing. Not the polite laugh you use in social situations, but the kind of laugh that comes from genuine amusement, genuine delight, genuine connection with something funny or absurd or just perfectly timed. The joy of music. Music you're actually listening to, not music that's just background noise while you do something else. Music that moves you. Music that makes you feel something. Music that reminds you that beauty exists and you can still perceive it. The joy of doing nothing, of sitting without purpose, of letting time pass without productivity, of just being alive, here, in this moment, with no agenda, no goal, no requirement except to breathe and exist. These moments of joy, they were always there. You just couldn't access them. You were too tired, too depleted, too caught up in survival to notice the small things that make life worth living. But now you can. Now you have enough energy to be present. Enough capacity to notice. Enough space in your nervous system to feel something other than exhaustion. And joy is different than you thought it would be. You thought joy required big things, achievements, successes, major life events, things worthy of joy. But joy doesn't work that way. Joy is quiet, small, ordinary. Joy is available in every moment if you're present enough to notice it. If you're rested enough to feel it, if you're open enough to let it in, and you're open now, not perfectly, not all the time, but more than before, more than when you were just surviving, more than when every moment was about getting through, getting done, getting to the next thing. Now you have moments where you're not getting anywhere, you're just being, and in that being, there's joy. Small joy, but real joy. The kind of joy that reminds you why being alive matters. You're not happy all the time. You're not joyful constantly. You still have hard days, difficult moments, struggles that take everything you have. But now, in between the hard times, there's this joy. Small, accessible, ordinary joy. The joy of a body that's rested enough to feel pleasure. The joy of a mind that's clear enough to notice beauty. The joy of a nervous system that's calm enough to experience something other than threat. You're learning that joy doesn't have to be earned. It doesn't require achievement or success or having your life figured out. Joy is just there, available whenever you're present enough to notice it. And presence requires rest, requires energy, requires not being so depleted that you can't feel anything except exhaustion. So all this rest you've been prioritizing, it's not just about not being tired. It's about this. It's about having enough capacity to actually experience your life, to notice joy, to feel pleasure, to be present for the small, ordinary, beautiful moments that make being alive worthwhile. You're experiencing your life now, not just surviving it, not just getting through it, but actually being in it, actually feeling it, actually noticing when something is good, beautiful, joyful, and that's everything. That's what all this work has been for, not just to not be exhausted, but to be present. To be alive, to have access to joy. Small joy, ordinary joy. The joy of coffee and sunlight and laughter and music and doing nothing. The joy of being here, in your body, in this life, actually experiencing it instead of just enduring it. You're here, you're present, you're rested enough to feel. And what you're feeling in these small moments is joy, real, actual, accessible joy. And it's worth it. All the rest, all the boundaries, all the changes, worth it for this. For these moments, for this joy, you're alive. And you can feel it. And that's everything. Something interesting is happening. You're creating again, not producing, not achieving, but actually creating. Ideas are coming. Not forced ideas, not ideas you're generating because you should be creative, but actual ideas. Ideas that arrive unbidden. Ideas that excite you. Ideas that make you want to explore them just for the sake of exploration. And you'd forgotten this was possible. You'd forgotten that your mind could do this. Could be playful, could be curious, could generate things for no reason except that generating things is what minds do when they not exhausted. For years, your creativity was channeled entirely into productivity, into solving problems at work, into being useful, into making yourself valuable through innovative solutions to other people's challenges. But that's not creativity. That's just optimization. That's just using your creative capacity in service of external demands. Real creativity is different. Real creativity is what's happening now. Ideas that serve no purpose, projects that will never be finished, explorations that lead nowhere except to more exploration. You're writing things no one will read. drawing things no one will see, making things that serve no function, and it feels good. It feels like remembering a part of yourself you thought was lost. You're noticing things differently, seeing connections between things, wondering about things, asking questions that don't have answers, and being okay with that. Being curious just for the sake of being curious. Your mind is playing, actually playing, not working disguised as play. Not productivity disguised as creativity, but actual play, purposeless, aimless, joyful in its aimlessness. And you have energy for this now. You have capacity for things that don't contribute to survival or success or achievement. You have space in your life for things that matter to you just because they matter to you, not because they're useful. This is what rest gives you, not just the absence of exhaustion, but the presence of capacity for things beyond survival. Capacity for beauty. Capacity for curiosity, capacity for creating things just because creating feels good. You're learning what your mind is actually capable of when it's not depleted, and it's more than you thought. More creative, more playful, more interesting to yourself than you've been in years. Ideas come in the shower. In the moments between waking and sleeping, in the middle of doing nothing, they arrive when you're not trying, when you're not forcing, when you're just being, and you capture some of them. You write them down, you explore them, not because you should, not because they'll lead to something, but just because they're interesting, just because you want to. And some ideas you don't capture. You just let them pass through. You enjoy them for the moment they're there and then let them go. Not everything has to be preserved. Not everything has to be developed. Some things can just be experienced and released. This is abundance, not material abundance, but creative abundance. The abundance of a mind that has enough space to generate ideas. The abundance of a person who has enough energy to be curious. The abundance of a life that includes room for things that serve no purpose except delight. You're creating, and it's not about the output. It's about the process. It's about having a mind that's alive enough to generate, a body that's rested enough to have energy for things beyond survival, a life that's spacious enough to include purposeless play. This is what you get when you rest. Not just absence of exhaustion, but presence of life, presence of creativity. Presence of the part of you that wants to make things just for the joy of making them. You're alive, not just surviving, alive. And alive things create. That's what they do when they have energy, when they have space, when they're not too depleted to do anything except survive. You're creating again, and it feels like coming back to yourself, like remembering who you were before you learned that everything had to be useful, before you learned that your value was determined by your output. You're creating for yourself, for no one, for nothing, just creating because you're alive, and alive things create. And that's enough. That's everything. That's what makes life worth living. You're noticing things you never noticed before. Not big things, small things, the kind of details that exist in every moment but that you've been too exhausted to perceive. The kind of richness that's always there but that requires presence to experience. You notice the texture of things, the way fabric feels against your skin, the grain of wood under your fingers, the weight of objects in your hand. You notice because you're here in your body, present enough to feel. You notice sounds, not just hearing them, but actually listening. The layers in music you've heard 100 times, the rhythm of rain, the particular quality of silence in different rooms, the way voices have texture, melody, emotion beyond just the words. You notice light, the way it changes through the day, the way it falls across surfaces, the way it creates shadows, highlights, depth. You notice because you're looking, actually looking, not just seeing on your way to somewhere else. You notice people. Really notice them. The expressions that flash across their faces before they settle on the expression they want you to see. The way they hold their bodies, the things they say and the things they don't say, the vulnerability beneath the performance. And people notice you noticing. They feel seen by you in a way they didn't before. Because you're actually here. Actually present, actually available to witness them instead of just interacting with them while preoccupied with your own exhaustion. Your relationships are deeper, not because anything dramatic changed, but because you're actually in them, actually present for them. Actually listening when people speak instead of waiting for your turn to talk, or managing your own fatigue, or planning what you need to do next. You're having actual conversations, the kind where both people are present, the kind where something real is exchanged, the kind that leave you feeling more connected instead of more drained. You're experiencing your life instead of just moving through it. You're here for the moments instead of always being 3 steps ahead, planning, preparing, worrying about what comes next. You're in this moment. This actual moment, not the last moment or the next moment. This one, the one that's happening right now, the only moment that ever actually exists. And this moment is enough. It doesn't need to be more than it is. It doesn't need to be leading somewhere. It doesn't need to be productive or meaningful or contributing to some larger goal. It just needs to be experienced, and you're finally present enough to experience it. This is what rest makes possible. Not just absence of exhaustion, but presence. Actual, embodied, here and now presence. You're not thinking about the past while you're in the present. You're not worried about the future while you're living the now. You're just here, fully here as you've ever been, and here is beautiful. Here is rich. Here is full of texture and detail and moments worth experiencing. Here has always been this way. You just couldn't see it, couldn't feel it, couldn't be present for it because you were too tired, too depleted, too caught up in just surviving. But now you can see it. Now you can feel it. Now you're present for your own life in a way you've never been before. And it's ordinary. It's not transcendent or mystical or enlightened. It's just being here, being present. Being available to experience what's actually happening, instead of being lost in thoughts about what happened or what might happen. It's ordinary, but it's also everything. Because this presence, this capacity to be here, this is what makes life feel like living instead of just surviving. You're present, you're here, you're experiencing your life. And it's enough. It's more than enough. It's everything you've been missing without knowing you are missing it. This is the gift of rest. Not just energy, not just absence of exhaustion, but this presence. The capacity to actually be in your life. The ability to experience moments instead of just enduring them. You're here, it's finally, fully here, and here is where life happens. Here is where joy exists. Here is where connection is possible. Here is where everything worth experiencing exists. And you're present for it. Finally, after all this time, after all this exhaustion, after all these years of being here physically but not present, not really here, not available to experience what's actually happening, you're here now, present, available, open, experiencing, being, and it's everything. It's what all the rest has been for. It's what makes choosing yourself worth it. It's what proves that rest isn't selfish. It's essential. Because without rest, you can't be present. And without presence, you can't really live. You're living now, not just surviving, living, being here, experiencing this, present for your own life. And it's beautiful. This ordinary, present, here and now life, it's been beautiful all along. You just couldn't see it until you rested enough to be present for it. Now you see it. Now you feel it. Now you're here for it. And it's everything. Your body has always known when to rest, known when to stop, known what you needed long before your mind would acknowledge it. And you've been ignoring that knowing, treating your body's wisdom as inconvenience, as weakness, as something to overcome rather than something to honor. But your body has never been wrong. Every time it said, "I'm tired," you were tired. Every time it said, "I need rest," you needed rest. Every time it said, "This is too much," it was too much. Your body wasn't being dramatic. It wasn't being weak. It wasn't failing you. It was telling you the truth. And you were calling that truth a problem. You thought your mind knew better. That willpower could override biology. That you could push past physical limits through mental determination. That your body just needed to be tougher, stronger, more capable of handling what you demanded from it. But you can't think your way out of physical depletion. You can't willpower your way past exhaustion. You can't convince your body to function on empty, no matter how strong your determination. Your body has its own intelligence, its own wisdom, its own ways of knowing that are older, deeper, more reliable than your conscious thoughts. Your body knows when you're safe and when you're not. It knows before your mind does. It responds to threat before you consciously perceive threat. It's been keeping you alive through systems that operate below awareness, below thought, below anything you can control. And your body knows when you need rest. It's been telling you for years, for decades. Through exhaustion, through pain, through illness, through every signal it has available, telling you, stop, rest. This pace is not sustainable. This depletion is dangerous. You need to slow down. And you've been treating those signals as problems to solve, as obstacles to overcome, as weakness to push through. But they weren't problems. They were information. Accurate, reliable, essential information about what your body actually needs. And now, finally, you're listening. You're treating your body's signals as wisdom instead of as inconvenience. You're honoring what it tells you instead of overriding it. And something is changing in that listening. Your body is responding. Not just with healing, though that's happening too, but with trust, with communication, with more nuanced signals now that you're actually paying attention. Before, your body had to shout to be heard, had to create crisis to get your attention, had to force rest through illness because you wouldn't rest voluntarily, but now it can whisper. Now it can send subtle signals. Now it can tell you, I'm getting tired before you're completely depleted. Now it can guide you toward rest before rest becomes emergency. And you're responding to the whispers. You're catching the signals early. You're resting before you're forced to rest. You're honoring the wisdom before it has to become crisis. This is what partnership with your body looks like. Not your mind controlling your body. Not your will overriding your body's needs. But your mind and body working together. Your conscious awareness cooperating with your body's wisdom. Your body knows things, knows when something is wrong before you have symptoms, knows when you're safe or unsafe before you consciously assess the situation, knows what you need, food, rest, movement, connection in ways that are more accurate than your thoughts about what you need, and you're learning to trust that knowing, to listen to it. To honor it, to treat your body as an ally instead of as an obstacle, to recognize that your body's wisdom has been trying to protect you all along. The exhaustion was protection. The pain was warning. The illness was forced rest. Your body has been doing everything it can to keep you alive, even when you were refusing to take care of it. And now you're taking care of it, and your body is responding with healing, with trust, with wisdom that's more accessible because you're finally listening. You're learning your body's language, learning to interpret its signals, learning to distinguish between I need rest and I need movement, between I need solitude and I need connection, between I need to stop and I need to push through this particular discomfort. Your body knows the difference, and it's teaching you through sensations, through feelings, through the subtle shifts in energy and capacity that you're finally present enough to notice. You're becoming fluent in your body's language. And in that fluency, there's power. The power to take care of yourself accurately. The power to rest when you need rest and move when you need movement. The power to honor what's actually true instead of what you think should be true. Your body has always been wise. You just weren't listening. You were too caught up in what your mind thought you should be able to handle, too committed to pushing past limits, too convinced that ignoring your body's wisdom was strength. But strength isn't ignoring wisdom, Strength is honoring it. Strength is listening to your body and responding appropriately. Strength is being in partnership with your body instead of at war with it. You're strong now, stronger than you've ever been, not because you can push harder, but because you can listen, because you can honor your body's wisdom, because you can rest when you need rest instead of waiting until rest is forced. That's strength, real strength. The strength of someone who knows themselves, who trusts themselves, who's in partnership with their body instead of fighting against it. Your body has been offering you wisdom all along. And now, finally, you're accepting it. You're listening. You're learning. You're letting your body teach you what it means to be sustainable, to be healthy, to be in right relationship with the physical form you inhabit. Listen to your body. It knows. It's always known. And now, finally, you're wise enough to listen. You're learning that being ordinary takes more courage than being impressive. All your life, you've been trying to be extraordinary, exceptional, special, someone who stands out, someone who achieves, someone who matters because of what they accomplish. And there was safety in that. Safety in being needed. Safety in being impressive. Safety in having a clear reason why you matter, why you deserve to exist, why anyone should care about you. But maintaining extraordinary is exhausting. Maintaining impressive is depleting. Maintaining special requires constant effort, constant achievement, constant proof that you're more than ordinary. And now you're letting that go. You're allowing yourself to be ordinary, average, unremarkable, just another person living a regular life, doing regular things, being regular. And it's terrifying, because if you're not extraordinary, then what? What makes you matter? What makes you worthy of love, attention, existence? What separates you from everyone else? Nothing. That's the answer. Nothing separates you. You're just one person among billions. Ordinary, average, not special, not exceptional, not remarkable in any particular way. And that's okay. That's more than okay. That's actually freeing, because you don't have to be extraordinary to matter. You don't have to be impressive to deserve love. You don't have to be exceptional to be worthy of existence. You matter because you exist. You deserve love because you're human. You're worthy of existence because you're here. That's it. That's the only qualification. Existence, being here, being alive, being human, not achieving, not impressing, not standing out, just being. Ordinary being, regular, unremarkable, average being. And there's courage in that. Real courage. The courage to stop performing exceptional, the courage to stop trying to be more than you are. The courage to just be exactly what you are, ordinary, average, unremarkable, and believe that's enough. Because it is enough. It's always been enough. You just couldn't believe it. You couldn't accept that ordinary existence is inherently valuable, that you don't have to earn your place here, that you don't have to justify your existence through achievement. You're allowed to be ordinary, to have an ordinary life, to do ordinary things, to be unremarkable in every way, and still matter. still be worthy of love, still deserve rest, care, tenderness. You don't have to be special. You don't have to stand out. You don't have to achieve anything extraordinary. You can just be here, living, existing, being ordinary, and that's brave. It's brave to stop performing exceptional. It's brave to let go of the identity built on achievement. It's brave to be vulnerable enough to be ordinary when ordinary feels like nothing. But ordinary isn't nothing. Ordinary is everything. Ordinary is actual life. Ordinary is where connection happens, where joy exists, where meaning is found. Ordinary is sustainable in a way that extraordinary never was. You can be ordinary forever. You can live an ordinary life, have ordinary relationships, do ordinary things, and it will be enough. It will be more than enough. It will be a life actually lived instead of a performance constantly maintained. Extraordinary was exhausting. Impressive was depleting. Exceptional was killing you slowly. Ordinary is sustainable. Ordinary is livable. Ordinary is what allows you to rest. So you're being ordinary. You're allowing yourself to be unremarkable. You're having the courage to stop trying to stand out and just exist as you are. And it's enough. You're enough. Ordinary you. Average you. Unremarkable you. You're enough. That's the bravest thing you've ever done. Not achieving something extraordinary, but accepting that you don't need to. That ordinary is okay. That you're okay. That existence itself is valuable without achievement, making it valuable. You're ordinary, and you're brave, and you're enough. Exactly as you are. Right here, right now. Ordinary. Finally ordinary. Courageously, beautifully, freely ordinary. You're discovering that healing doesn't happen in motion. It happens in stillness. Not the stillness you've been trying to achieve. Not the forced meditation, the intentional relaxation, the effortful attempts to be still, but actual stillness. The stillness that comes when you finally stop trying, when you finally surrender to being exactly where you are. You've been moving your whole life, running from discomfort, rushing toward something better. Keeping busy so you don't have to feel what you're feeling. Staying in motion because motion feels like progress and stillness feels like giving up. But healing requires stillness. Healing requires you to stop running, to stop fixing, to stop trying to make everything better. Healing requires you to just be here, in this moment, with whatever is true right now. And what's true right now might be uncomfortable, might be painful, might be all the feelings you've been running from, all the sensations you've been avoiding, all the truths you've been too afraid to face. But stillness holds all of it. Stillness has space for everything. Stillness doesn't require you to be better, healed, fixed. Stillness just requires you to be here, to stop, to be present for what is. And in that presence, in that stopping, in that radical acceptance of exactly what is healing, happens. Not the healing you planned. Not the healing you thought you needed, but actual healing, organic healing. The healing that your body knows how to do when you finally stop interfering. You can't force healing. You can't achieve healing. You can't make healing happen through effort or determination or trying really hard. Healing happens in the space you create by stopping, by resting, by being still. And stillness is different from rest. Rest is about recovery. Stillness is about presence. Rest is what your body does. Stillness is what you allow. Rest restores energy. Stillness allows healing. You're learning to be still, not to achieve stillness, not to be good at stillness, just to be still, to stop moving, to stop trying, to stop everything except being here. And it's hard. It's harder than moving, harder than doing, harder than all the things you've been doing to avoid being still. Because stillness means feeling. Stillness means being present for everything you've been avoiding. Stillness means encountering yourself without distraction, without numbing, without the constant motion that keeps you from having to be here. But you're doing it anyway. You're being still, and in that stillness, things are shifting, things are healing, not quickly, not dramatically, but genuinely, deeply, in ways that all your effort never achieved. Your body is healing, the tension is releasing, the chronic pain is easing, the exhaustion is lifting. Not because you're doing anything to heal them, but because you're finally still enough to let your body do what it knows how to do. Your emotions are healing. The old grief is moving through. The anger is expressing. The fear is being felt and released. Not because you're processing them correctly, but because you're still enough to let them be what they are. Your nervous system is healing. The vigilance is softening. The constant activation is calming. The threat response is settling. Not because you're managing it correctly, but because you're still enough to let your nervous system recalibrate to safety. Healing happens in stillness, and you're finally still, finally stopped, finally here, finally allowing the healing you've been trying to force for so long. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to make anything better. You just have to be still, be present, be here with whatever is here. And healing happens organically, naturally, in its own time, in its own way, exactly as it needs to. You're healing not because you're trying to heal, but because you're finally still enough to let healing happen, because you're finally present enough to receive what your body has been trying to give you all along. Stillness, presence, healing. They're all the same thing. They all require the same surrender, the same letting go of effort, the same trust that doing nothing is sometimes exactly what needs to be done. You're still, you're here, you're healing. Finally, there's a morning when you wake up and you realize you're different now, not dramatically different, not obviously different, but fundamentally different. The change didn't happen all at once. It happened so gradually, you didn't notice it happening. But now, in this moment, you can see it. You can feel it. You're not who you were. You're someone who rests. Not someone who's trying to rest. Not someone who's working on resting. but someone who actually rests. Someone for whom rest is normal, natural, integrated into how you live. You're someone with boundaries. Real boundaries. Boundaries you enforce. Boundaries that protect you. Boundaries that you don't apologize for or feel guilty about. Just boundaries. Necessary boundaries. Healthy boundaries. You're someone who honors their body, who listens to its signals, who responds to its needs, who treats it as an ally instead of as an obstacle, who's in partnership with it instead of at war with it. You're someone who's present, who's here, who's actually in their life instead of just moving through it, who notices things, who feels things, who experiences moments instead of just enduring them. You're someone who's ordinary, who doesn't need to be impressive, who doesn't need to be exceptional, who's okay with being average, unremarkable, just another person living a regular life. You're someone who's changed, fundamentally changed, and you didn't even notice it happening. You notice it now. In this morning, in this moment of realization, you're looking at yourself and thinking, I'm different now. I'm not who I was. I've changed. And it makes you want to cry. Not sad crying, but relieved crying. Grateful crying. The crying of someone who's been carrying something heavy for so long and finally got to put it down. You're different. And different is better. Different is sustainable. Different is actually living instead of just surviving. Different is being yourself instead of performing yourself. You changed. You did it. You actually did the thing you weren't sure you could do. You changed patterns that felt unchangeable. You learned things you thought you couldn't learn. You became someone you didn't know you could become. And no one's throwing you a parade. No one's acknowledging the enormity of what you've done. Because from the outside, it doesn't look enormous. It looks like you're just living your life, just doing regular things. Just being ordinary. But you know what this took. You know how hard you've worked. You know how many times you wanted to give up. You know how many small choices it took to get here. You know what it cost to change. And you know what you've gained. Not success. Not achievement. Not anything that looks impressive from the outside, but this sustainability, presence, peace, the ability to actually live your life instead of just surviving it. You're different now. You're someone who rests, someone with boundaries, someone who honors their body, someone who's present, someone who's ordinary. Someone who's okay. And okay is everything. Okay is what you've been working toward. Okay is the goal that doesn't look like a goal. Okay is just being able to live without it being constantly exhausting. You're okay. You're actually okay. And that's different. That's fundamentally different from who you were. You were someone who was constantly not okay, pretending to be okay. Now you're someone who's actually okay. And the difference is everything. You changed. You did it. And this morning, you're finally recognizing it. Finally seeing it. Finally acknowledging what you've accomplished. You changed, and you're different. And different is exactly who you needed to become. And so you arrive. not somewhere else. Not at some destination you've been traveling toward, but here, in your own body, in your own life, in the present moment that's been waiting for you all along. You arrive at the understanding that there was never anywhere else to go, that the home you've been searching for isn't a place you reach, it's a place you return to, over and over, again and again. This body, this breath, this moment. Your body has been waiting for you to come home, waiting for you to stop running, stop achieving, stop performing, waiting for you to finally be here, present, in this form, in this life, in this ordinary, precious, unrepeatable existence. And you're here now, not perfectly, not completely, not permanently, but here, more here than you've ever been, more present, more embodied, more actually alive instead of just surviving. Your body recognizes your arrival. It softens, it releases, it exhales. Finally, it thinks, finally, you're home. And home isn't perfect. Home has exhaustion sometimes. Home has hard days. Home has struggles and challenges and moments when you want to leave again, want to go back to running, want to escape into motion instead of being here in stillness. But home is real. Home is sustainable. Home is where healing happens. Home is where you can rest. Home is where you're allowed to be exactly who you are without performing, without proving, without constantly trying to be more. Your home. In your body. In your life. In this moment. And home has been here all along. Waiting, patient, believing that someday you'd stop running long enough to notice it. And now you have. Now you're here. Now you're home. And home is holding you. Your body is holding you. This moment is holding you. The simple, profound truth of being alive is holding you. You don't have to be anything other than this. Don't have to do anything other than breathe. Don't have to prove anything. Don't have to achieve anything. Don't have to be impressive or exceptional or more than ordinary. You just have to be here, in your body, in this breath, in this moment. That's all. That's everything. That's the only thing you've ever needed to do. Be here, breathe, rest, allow, receive, be held by your own presence. Be loved by your own awareness. Be enough exactly as you are. You're home. Finally home. Not in some distant place you had to travel to, but here, in the body that's been carrying you, in the life that's been unfolding, in the moment that's always now. And in this coming home, there's peace, real peace. Not the absence of difficulty, not the absence of challenge, but the presence of acceptance. The presence of being okay with what is. The presence of being here, in your body, in your life, exactly as it is. This is rest, not the rest of sleep, but the rest of arrival, the rest of finally being where you are instead of always trying to be somewhere else. The rest of accepting goo, the rest of allowing, the rest of being home. Your body has been waiting for this, waiting for you to come home, waiting for you to stop running, waiting for you to rest. Not just physically, but existentially. To rest into being. To rest into accepting. To rest into this moment, this body, this life. And now you're here. And your body is celebrating quietly, privately, but celebrating nonetheless. Because you came home, because you finally arrived, because you're finally here. Welcome home, dear one. Welcome home to the body that's been carrying you. Welcome home to the life that's been waiting. Welcome home to the moment that's always here. Welcome home to yourself. You've been traveling so far. You've been working so hard. You've been trying so much. And now, finally, you can rest. You can stop. You can be here. You can be home. Your body is holding you. This breath is sustaining you. This moment is all you need. You're home. You're safe. You're held. By yourself. By yourself. For yourself. As yourself. Rest now. Deep rest. The rest of someone who's finally stopped running. The rest of someone who's finally arrived. The rest of someone who's finally home. You're here, in your body, in your life, in this moment. And here is where you've always belonged. Here is where you've always been meant to be. Here is home, and home is enough. Home is everything. Home is where you can finally rest, where you can finally be yourself, where you can finally stop trying and just be. Be here, be breath, be body, be presence, be peace, be home. You're home now, beloved. You're finally home, and home has been waiting for you. Your body has been waiting for you. This moment has been waiting for you. You're home, and now you're here. And everything is different, and everything is exactly the same. And both of those things are true. Rest here, stay here, be here. This is where you belong. This is where you've always belonged. This is where you'll always belong. Home, here, now. You, breathing, being, resting. Finally, welcome home. And in the silence that follows, there's nothing more that needs to be said. Nothing more that needs to be done. Nothing more that needs to be proven or achieved or understood. Just this, just breath, just being, just home. The body softens, the breath deepens. The vigilance that's been held for so long finally releases. Not because the world is suddenly safe, but because being here in this body, in this moment, is enough, has always been enough, will always be enough. You're enough. The body knows it now. The breath carries it. The moment confirms it. Enough. Home, rest. Finally, rest. And in that rest, there's everything. Everything you've been searching for. Everything you've needed. Everything you've deserved all along. Peace, presence. Permission to be exactly this. Exactly you, exactly here, exactly enough. Always enough, forever enough. Rest now. Dear one, your body has you. Your breath sustains you. This moment holds you. You're home. You're safe. You're held. You're loved. Rest. Just rest. Finally. Completely. Eternally. Rest.